Hey guys, what up? How we doing? We have another day of Heart of Agony upgrades to get. We have sold our on ID. We have a decent check of currency. We've bought some Orbs of Dominance beforehand. We probably want to just quickly buy an Awakener Orb. It's fucking expensive for Awakeners, so it's fucking expensive. Actually, cheaper. It's expensive. I'll buy one. I only need one for my craft anyways, but like 6 divines is wild. How are we doing, by the way? We now have whatchamacallit, awakened void manipulation. Not quite 20% core, but we can change that real quick. There. And that takes the spot of return purge. Now we can say get the fuck out. And we have our first awakened mod. When this is now level 34. Once we are able to get a level 21 Heart of Agony, that will take it to 35. And awakened minion damage as well. I think we use awakened minion damage. We take that to 36. That said, I feel like there is a source of, I think it's you. I think I drop Empower eventually. I could also get an Empower 4, which would be 37. Getting really high on the virulence or on the levels anyways. So today we're going to be crafting AG gear. We have the some of the preliminary costs. We still have juice we need to get, and that's what we're gonna do. The goal for the AG's gear is kind of like the same thing we have on our current absolution, and that is Heart of Agony. Yeah, this guy. This is what we need to craft. It's going to be explode, elevated explode, and then elevated recover life on kill. With these two modifiers, we should have an AG that just doesn't die, basically. And then we're going to go for a Kingmaker, which should also be another investment. But with the Kingmaker, you just buy and forget. But yeah, with the Kingmaker, we get fortification on us and our minions. With the Royal Plates, we get Explode, Gravebind, of course. We might get Enfeebled on hit, but I think I just want to go for more Explode from the Legacy of Fury Boots, and we'll be chilling. We don't have a source of Enfeeble though, so it's like I'm really considering it. If we wanted to run Enfeeble on hits without going for the boots, we could go for Curse on hits, like additional Curse, which is a Hunter affix. It's very easy to get, but the problem with this, why I'm not so thrilled about additional Curse, which by the way, let's just sell this. The reason I'm not so thrilled, I probably want to close my window. I'm starting to get a lot of glare. Yeah, I should do that. All right, I'm gonna close my window and then we can continue with these steps.
thing is not exploding a lot. What was it? Should be big. So bad. Yeah, I mean,
Okay. Where were we? So I'm thinking, and I will check how this looks like. Currently, default. Default AG has 13.5k recovery and 482k max reses, right? And 139k, so 139, 300, 372, 372, 482, and 13k. So if I were to then remove the recover and kill from his royal plate, this, if I were to switch warlord to hunter and go for additional curse, where the fuck is it? Is it a prefix? There it is. Okay, cool. You can apply an additional curse, and then I went to save it just to confirm 12k. So that's about like 1k less recovery. These don't change because nothing was mostly recovery, and now in packs he's not recovering the amount of life, so it's worse. However, we then get access to enfeeble on hits gravebinds. And this is going to be 0 quality 1, and then Gravebind. And keep in mind, watch these stats as well. There. So we get tankier because everybody has enfeeble applied. He doesn't get, his recovery doesn't improve. It's still 12.5k, so it's 1k less, but it's still 12k, so like it's still a decent amount. But all of these go up. His max hit is now a lot higher. So I think overall he's just safer. So I'm inclined to say yes, this is the way. AG curse. That is what we're gonna do here. So let's also just get that real quick. Gravebind and enfeeble on hits. AD chaos. So his gloves are ready. He is not wearing his boots, no. So his gloves. We also need to get a Kingmaker How much are they going for? Please don't be anything crazy. Two divines. Quality gives AoE 5,000 purple juice. Give him extra AoE. Give him some extra quality. Okay, wrong person. So weapon and gloves are ready. His helmet is already on him. His chest piece we're going to craft. And his boots we need to buy. So for his boots, Legacy of Fury. We're going for max this. We don't care about anything else, just this guy. His boots are ready. And just to confirm, there is no Legacy of Fury that makes sense, like corruptions, that I think would be amazing on him. Maybe max endurance charge, to be honest, but like that'd be expensive. Yeah, that's two divines. Maybe eventually we'll get something like that, but not starting off. Increased max life would be on the cheaper side that we can get right now. But oh well. So that's Legacy of Fury. His boots are done, or they're ready. Now for his chest piece, this is where the crafting comes in. We need to get Explode and Additional Curse. The Additional Curse is straightforward, but the Explode is what we're gonna need to do. As usual, we're gonna go to Craft of Exile just to confirm. I do believe it's eye level 85, but I want to confirm. Like, it always makes sense to confirm because I have done more than a few times have I started crafting only to realize I didn't get an eye level good enough. No Hunter. I should check Hunter as well. Crusader. Eye level 85, correct. And then Hunter, Additional Curse is eye level 82. There. So we start off with you, eye level 85. Has Crusader influence. Requirements, Dex, no strength, just a pure Dex base. Body armor, of course. So yeah, something like this. Pure evasion is what we're gonna do. We also probably want to get a divine in like yellow juice because we have to roll quite a bit, most likely. Lol. Item drops on death if equipped by an AG. We don't need modifiers such as those. We have zero intention of having our AG die. We just need one person to there. '85 Crusader base. Thank you. That is half of the trade. Now for the second base, before we forget, we're going to go out for, just to be safe, we'll still leave eye level 85, but this one needs Hunter influence, and it has to be a royal plate. So royal plate is the best armor piece in the game, and we're just going for it because why not? Just to supplement my AG's whatchamacallit. I'm going to go 40 chaos cap, max 40. Going to see base percentile just to min max his defense. This is 90%, so we do we even have 40 chaos right now, liquid? Eesh, we do not. Okay, we will liquidate one divine. Alright, one divine liquidated. Do we care about this guy? Might as well. We're trying to just inch him a bit further in the armor department. Speaking of armor department, how much armor does he have? 21k, 34k, not bad. He can at least shrug off most small phase hits. I think that's with a mid-roll. I mean, if you're not gonna answer, then I'm just going to go for a 10 chaos one then. Alright. So you did answer. Alright. So then the goals for each of these, oh god, that's 40 too many. The goal for this is, with this guy, we're going to be rolling for chance to explode T1. And we're going to be rolling it by going Reforge Fizz, which is 50 yellow juice. So we're just going to buy a divine worth of yellow juice preemptively. 15, 800. We're going to preemptively buy this. That should give us a whole bunch of rolls, and hopefully we get it in that one try. Then we need to Orb of Dominance it, so that we elevate it to the most chance to explode it can have, which would end up being like 35, I think. Yeah, 35 is the highest, 30 to 35%. Unlike my other AG, he doesn't have the weapon. He's not going to have the weapon, so we're not going to get near 50% explode chance. It's just going to stay at like 30-35%. Alright, for you, for the first one, to get PDR, or to get explode, going to Reforge Fizz. For this one, we're going to Reforge Caster, and it's basically almost guaranteed if you Reforge Caster, so it's very straightforward process. So here we just go Fizz, and then all we're doing is we're waiting till we see a very wide chest box, like text box, and then we're going to read. T2 explode. You see what I mean by it being very wide? That's the only thing you care about when you're rolling on this. You're looking at the width, and if it's wide, you take a moment to look at it. Phase taken as lightning is also wide-ish, but not quite as wide. This is tier 2. We've gotten tier 2s pretty luckily, I guess. Suppress tends to also be on the longer side just because of the extra description. And the reason we want an evasion base, I don't know if I mentioned this, I don't think I did, but the reason we want an evasion base is because if you were to go the armor base for the explode, you would have one more mod in the pool, i.e. PDR, that could naturally roll, making it even less likely that you get your T1 explode. That was T2, by the way. Con ground has no reason being this long, my guy, or this wide. If we don't get it in 15k juice, I think it means we're getting kind of unlucky. Because T1 has very low weighting, but not that low. T2 explode. T2. Surely someday you're gonna become T1, right? There we go. That is the only influence modifier. Full prefixes, that is fine. So you are ready for the next step, and just while we're at it, we're just going to reforge this one as caster to get additional curse. There. See what I mean by it's very straightforward. At most a few clicks you get that. You do have to make sure that there is no other hunter mod on there. This guy has no other crusader mod either, so what we're going to do here is we're going to prefixes cannot be changed because it's a prefix. Then we are going to influence 5k blue juice. We already have the sacred life force, so it's fine. Influence, and this one makes it so there's going to be it's going to reforge and put an influence modifier, because we do need 2 influence modifiers to elevate it. So this would then be an influence suffix. Hopefully we didn't get 2. We got of the crusade, so we have 2. So now it is going to be a 50-50 if we elevate explode. If we fail it, we have to start again. If we hit it, then we're done. Make sure it's C1. We're screwed. Alright, we start again. Sad. We got elevated, recover ES on kill. We don't care about that, so we go back to reforging fizz until we get another T1. Explode. This is T2. You know, without holding Alt, suppress actually is not that wide, so maybe I shouldn't hold Alt. Plus, it works for me because it just means I end up being lazier. And who am I to say no to laziness? Are you not going to give me what I need? It looks like it doesn't wanna. Yeah, we have to go buy another divine worth of yellow juice, don't we? Cool. Alright. I didn't think we were going to run out, but at least we've hit what we were going for once, even though we failed the 50-50. This is 15,800 for the slow sell, for the slow buy. And we just wait. In the meantime, you are ready for the Awakener Orb process. Is there anything else we need to get here? Boots, gloves, weapon, helmets, chest. Everything else is gotten. We just need a chest. Hurry up. Where are the harvest farmers? Oh wait. I could have quick bought for 15k right there. Come on, harvesters. I believe in y'all. Bit too much. We're gonna get it soon. We can buy for 15k right now, but we'll get the extra 800. Mine is next. Now we sit and wait. Any second now. Any second. Oh, harvest farmers of the world, I need your juice. Give me the juice. Thank you. Literally staring at it. Alright, reforge fizz. This T2. Sag. T2. It basically has to be above 20% for it to be T1. I'm just not realizing just how many times I get reflect. Like, just reflect fizz is rolling every other time. Like T2 again? Bruh. Surely we get it, right? In this divine. Don't make me buy another. Sheesh. Man's put a majestic pelt in. Quickly deliver the divine. Another T2. Oh my goodness. I'm losing my mind. What, why? Just roll the T1. We're about to spend the divine we just got. Once we go below 2k juice, I'm gonna put the order for an extra divine's worth of yellow juice. So we don't have to 115,800. Now's the time to get it. Finally. Jeez. Any other Crusader mods on there? No. Cool, okay. I need white juice as well. I could cancel the order, but like, meh. I don't know if I expect to be lucky. And at the end of the day, I always use juice, so like, it's no big deal. Prefixes cannot be changed. That should keep my explode. Yeah. Then influence. That gives recover ES on kill. Surely we get the 50-50 this time. Please. I beg of you. Crusader. There's only 2 Crusaders. Correct. Yes! We did it. Give back my divine. Alright, so that means we have the T1 explode. And we have additional curse. So then all we need is to take the expensive as fuck Awakener Orb, destroy this base, slap it on that one. That puts it at 33% chance to explode. We could divine it, but like I can't be bothered. It's 33%. Good enough. We only have 11 divines. If it's 1 in 5, I'm not willing to spend 5 divines on it. Then please tell me we have an open suffix. Yes, we do. Then we need suffixes cannot be. Wait, it has fire res. If it has fire res, what were the reses that the AG was lacking? I think it was fire and lightning. So that means my AG will be capped on those 2, which is just nice to have. Thank you. Yeah, let's do that. Let's confirm real quick. This AG without any stats on his gear is lacking in cold and lightning. So we can switch the fire res to cold, craft lightning res, and call it a day. Well, it's not by much. It's really not by much that he's missing here. So, but then he has early res coming from a ghastly Ijo. Do I have that? I do not. Yes, this is the right character. I do not have that. In that case, yeah, I'm fine with that. I was going to go PDR, like prefixes cannot be changed, reforge phase, and that would allow. What if I went multi-mod? Clear suffixes, multi-mod, fire and lightning as one of the crafts. No, cold and lightning as one of the crafts, and then PDR. PDR roll is very low though. It's like 3%. I don't want to bench craft it, I want to reforge it. By the end of the day, his phase maxes is pretty decent. It's pretty decent. I'm more concerned about capping his res. I think that's what I'm more concerned about. So let me just confirm real quick. Chess piece, cold res. Cold and lightning is 20% each on the max roll. That means that will take care of the ghastly Ijo and extra. So all I need is an open suffix. Okay, so we're gonna do that. Screw it. Why not? Prefixes cannot be changed because they're both prefixes, right? Apply. Yeah, prefix cannot be changed. One last reforge phase. Please don't give me a freaking suffix. Don't give me reflect. You know what I'm gonna do? I feel like I should just exalt slam this so that I cannot give me reflect. Increase armor, pretty cool. Now I can't give me reflect, so reforge fizz. And then I get 4% PDR. Better than nothing. Beggars can't be choosers. Lightning and cold res. Get the max roll. I mean, I think it's close enough. We have the bone ring. We're 3 minus the bone ring, so that's 65. So then that would be 75. So that means, yeah, I do want the max roll. Cool. And now he should be capped on cold and lightning res. That's the chess piece. Is it quality? Quality. I need to quality 1, 2. Your quality, your quality. Alright. Tainted Amara scraps. We're going for 18% and higher. There. And then for you, regular I have to buy Amara scraps. $20 chaos will get me, sure. All right, let's go switch his stuff. Actually, no, before we switch his stuff, we still need to get dexterity somewhere. So we need to get better boots than this. No. Yeah, we need to get better boots than this. We need boots that have 2 res, like basically no dead suffix. And ideally, we don't have evasion as well. I'm not looking for evasion, so. Let's go find one. If we can't, we might have to craft. I'm hoping we don't have to craft, because then we'd have to buy like a fractured movement speed base on armor and stuff like that. So let's see. We want them to be boots of the, I mean, we want them to be boots. We need mandatorily dexterity, and he needs to give a max a T1 roll of 51 plus, because again, without this guy we're going to be losing 29 dexterity. The strength I think is fine, the dexterity is not. 29 dexterity, that puts us at 170 minus 28, that is 150 minus 8, 142. So we need at least 20 extra dexterity coming from somewhere. We can maybe get perfect road dexterity on our rings. Maybe that is somewhere we can do. But like, or we could just get dexterity here. I'm leaning towards crafting dexterity on this one with 1 res, reforge 2nd res, and then go for life. But how much do I even have? How much currency? 9 divines. We can liquidate a bit more. We have some T17s that we farmed today on the other character. So yeah, let's try to get it. 51 dexterity, movement speed 30. We're not going below that. If we craft boots, we're also going to be crafting a 30% base, so there's that. So dexterity here, then we need 2 reses, both above. Let's say they would be above 30%. Count. I mean, I'm not close to capped, am I? Cold res is on the lower side, so there's that, but I'm not that close to capped. So they just need to be above 30%. 2 cold, fire, lightning, each at 30. These are all the things we need. They're going to be expensive, but we can try to get it. Evasion ES. I would like it to be an armor, like something like this, right? Armor EV base. It has T2. It doesn't have life, and it doesn't have space for life. That is a problem. Because like mine currently has life. I would like either space for life or life. So one, either it has life of 70, or it has crafted prefix 1, or what else? Or empty prefix. It has to be one of these three. So this guy has, this is a hybrid mod with this, so it has an open prefix I can craft on. This one has crafted life. It's an ES EV base. Now looking at the divine, I mean, I wouldn't use the base. I don't care about the base. It's evasion. Armor EV, good res, crafted life. So out of everything, if I care about the armor, I go down. If I don't, then EV ES would be fine. I really don't want any amount of evasion, because evasion just means that reminds me. We can drop this now. Evasion means you don't get hit, so you don't block as often as you should. So we're trying to actively avoid evasion. So that means armor ES is the way to go. So I guess we have to do this as well. Requirements, dexterity max. If I put 0, the problem is this doesn't naturally occur on non-evasion boots. So if I put dexterity 0, we're screwed. So we can actually just stay with low evasion. If we're going with low evasion, then I can buy this, use it for now. What does my armor value look like, and do I care about scaling it? 791. So the answer to that question is no. I do not yet care about scaling it. I was gonna say, where's my turtle? Do I not have a turtle? I do. 2,600. High budget version has 3k armor, so I don't particularly care about scaling it. So we're just going to go, I guess we can just go the evasion ES. Anyone that is not an evasion base like this guy was crafted with essences. But this guy is not a bad choice. These are both T1s. This is honestly what I should go for. And it's a divine? Sure. I'll take that off your hands. This is a loud hideout. So I wanted cold res on here, and I wanted, so this has fire res, so I'll go fire res, cold res. So it's going to be lightning to cold. Okay. We need 2 blues, 2 reds. 2 reds are no big deal. I could use a blanching to make it easy to work with. but could also just use 2 chromes rather. 25 chromes. 2 blue, 3, 4. Cool. And now quality. All right. We lose like 3 decks there, but that means we can now recraft that guy up there. We have 8 divines. Is that enough to recraft this? That is the ultimate question. What does the craft process look like? Spam dexterity essences until T1 res and open suffix. Lock suffixes, reforge the missing resistance. Pray you get a decent tier. Actually, I'm dropping cold res from here, right? So it's dexterity. Okay, yes, dexterity 1, reforge the other. Pray it's enough to cap your res, and then go from there. Yeah, let's do that. We have 8 divines. Surely we don't break ourselves, right? We're surely not going to break ourselves and have to farm on a different character. Surely we didn't make irresponsible decisions like that. We have some dex here, so yeah, that's dexterity. We might want to get at least a divine more of that. Let's try first. So it should be resist. T2 fire. Oh, and I should also have this guy. T2 fire. T2 lightning. T2 cold. T2 cold. Yeah, let's just do it. Divine. Deafening sorrows. That is 50 of them. Should we just settle for T2? It seems like if there's any step to not settle, it's this one, obviously. Huh. I think I keep this. There's a T2, there's a T3. I currently need a lot of lightning, so cold to lightning. We're capped on res. Dexterity is 225. We can yoink this out. Strength is fine. Yeah, that works. All right, just get lucky, I guess. Okay, next up, crafting prefixes. The easy way to craft the prefixes is, honestly, do I have my old helmet? I think I already sold it for two divines. Do I have any helmets whatsoever? Let's look. Do we have any old helmets that give a decent chunk of res? Maybe attributes? We do not. We can buy a helmet base. I don't know why I'm even considering it. We could buy a helmet base. From Rogue or something. Then put our Ray Spectre in there. Summon him. Because like there's a very easy way to craft prefixes cannot be changed in this situation. That is way cheaper than 2 divines. And I would like to use that to try to get my prefixes in order. So I need something that I can use that would cap my lightning res. So it just needs to be something that has lightning res. That's all I need from it right now. I have dexterity, I have everything. I just need lightning res.
The name's too. Don't give up.
Oh look, lightning res. What do you know?
Allow me to take my ruined hammer to this thing's tail end. Can't ever put a drop of black chimeral blood. It's your lucky day. Something quite interesting. Ever put a drop of black. I've an entire vial of them. This one's quite messy. Shall a few small runes in the right places could do.
So it's just giving me strength.
I recently received a full shipment of rare golden chimeral blood. Shall we go for gold, so to speak?
Eh. Beggars can't be choosers, I guess. Lightning res. Now I need this. 2 sockets. 2 blue. 3 sockets. Link them. All right, we have something. That means in order, forest warrior, turtle, or warlord. All right, then no reservations missing. So now we have capped lightning res. We have all our everything in order. We can use everything. Nothing is wrong. We can leave our hideout correct. No corpses hiding. Our Ray Spectre is chilling. Minion life. AG. That reminds me, AG. So that means we can go ahead and buy a bunch of wild bristle matrons to try to craft actual good life on this, because we can. Clear wild bristle matron. You're going for 95 chaoses. Each one of these is a suffixes cannot be changed pretty much. I will take 3 if you have. That would be basically 300 or 2 divines. I think I'd be paying a slight markup. Yeah, it's like 15 chaoses under, but it's fine. Thank you. Now we go to the menagerie. We use all 3. Suffixes are full, right? Yeah, so only prefixes. That's when we can do the meta mod.
The first one's a watching survivor. Don't disappoint them.
Short, deal.
You are truly a survivor.
Suffixes cannot be changed. Go to our hideouts. Now we're going to reforge life and pray. Sag. So we try again. My god, don't scare me like that. Still has an open prefix, so we're going to redo it. We can. No. I was going to, but then that cost me an Eldritch Chaos. Or Eldritch, I know. And I don't want that. Open prefix adds a meta mod to a non-unique.
Prove to the first ones you are worthy, exile. You are truly a survivor.
Suffixes cannot be changed. Go back. Reforge life. Prage. Woohoo! Let's go. That's beautiful. Then we benchcraft even more life. Life on armor, life on ES. This is an ES beast, right? Yeah, life on ES. Yeah, cool. Minion life. Raise Spectre. Then we go get our ring. Replace this guy. Slap on our AG because now he can benefit from everything here. AoE, Empower, Meat Shield, and Minion life. Then on the helmets we have Raise Spectre. I think we're going for Awaken Melee Fizz. For Intimidates, do I still want that? Let me think. Yeah, I think I do. So we're going Minion life. Let me just cross check. We're going Raise Spectre, Melee Fizz, Feeding Frenzy, Minion life. So this is our source of Feeding Frenzy, and then you guys who were our previous source of Feeding Frenzy get Minion life. I mean, for now there really isn't a need, right? So we're going to these guys have not shown any problem surviving, I'll be honest. But I guess I could do it. Victor, thank you for the follow. How you doing? POB build. I have a video guide on it, but this is the, I think, current version. The most. Let me just mentally think about what I changed, and if max hits are this, sure. I think all I changed here is Gravebinds. Yeah, I haven't done that change yet. Give me a second and I can post this one. This is the updated one. Where are the Gravebinds? There. Corrupt. Enfeeble on hits. Save. So now Enfeeble on hits. Additional curse. Not Gravebind. Well, Gravebind slash explode curse chest. Additional curse. Level 1 enfeeble. Alright. Yeah, this is fine. Generate, share, copy. There you go. Now I can destroy this. Old boots I will sell. These guys are gone. There's one thing that's still missing, and that is Sierra Exarch. I need flat chaos. I rolled over it. I need flat chaos damage to spells. There. So that's where we're getting flat chaos damage now. Let's get our specters back up in order. Forest warrior, guardian turtle, warlord. And now we're going to go for awaken melee fizz. Actually, we could substitute right now for, I guess we're using our empower. Never mind. I was gonna say we can substitute right now for the empower, and that would give us enough levels for the extra minion, extra specter, and then we can go for our carnage chieftain. But we can't do that just yet. Also, this is worth something. I should probably just sell this instead of re-rolling it. $85 flasks, utility, quicksilver. So we're rolling for ideally movement speed. Yeah, that's what we're rolling for. Alternatively, if I get, what else is there to get? We're gonna use a gold flask with rarity. This is not the mage blood version, right? No, it's not. We don't really need the armor. We could go for armor, to be honest, but we don't really need it. We'll go for regen, conk ground unused. These two are craftable, so like only thing I need to worry about is have I a chance to avoid ignites? Probably not. I'll just go armor instead. They use you with your armor spelling, right? Increased effect armor. Increased duration. I can live with this. The next flask would be, I'm still using a life flask. I'm not comfortable dropping it, so I will in turn drop the sulfur, I think. The calm ground is nice though. But I think I would rather go with the gold flask because rarity. Alternatively, I could do sulfur with rarity craft. That is something I could do. You have, oh, you already have armor, so that's a waste. Actually, is it a waste? It's slightly better road, I guess. So no, it's not. It just means this guy would then be here. We have the armor. Wait, why are we rolling armor? Let me think. This guy, we're deleting this suffix. We don't need it. We're not deleting it, but we're still using a life flask, so one suffix has to go, or one affix has to go, and I'm electing for it to be ignite. So that means I need movement speed, I need regen, and I need rarity coming from my leftover flasks. So we need movement speed, period, and then everything else we craft. So let's just go back here. What is rats? What's left? So we only care about movement speed during effect. That's all we care about. T2. I don't want to interrupt what I'm doing right now. Come on. I didn't look at that one. That's problematic. That is problematic. 10% move speed, but chance to gain charge when you deal a crit. That is not a bad chance to gain flask. It's simply because we might deal crits with our lightning, with how often we are hitting, which would then just give us flask up time. But 10% is, we're only 4% away from max. Let's try something. Do we get something good? I'd rather have had the other one. All right, we keep this. You are ready. The other two, we are going for nice. Then what else is there? I said I was going to go for rarity affix, but on sulfur flask. So 85. I honestly need to reroll this until I get chance to like gain charge on hit when you're hit. That is what I need. But for now, flask, sulfur flask, you get over here. So we are going to roll for chance to gain hit. We're going for the prefix. Hopefully we don't take too long to get it. Ideally we get a max roll. Two charges. We'll start with this. You same thing. Surely we get it. Come on, bruh. Oh shit, all right. So you get to just get rerolled for free. Beautiful, beautiful. All right, so for you, we're going regen, let's say. Who has longer duration? You do, so you then get rarity. Honestly, I might have preferred regen on on the longer one, but it's fine. Use when charges reach full. And then you use when charges reach full. Rarity. Do I settle for that? Should I go for at least one of the other ones on glass blowers? Surely I try to get at least above 25. There. Alright. And then we can bench you because you are not needed. And then glass blower time, we just slap you guys there. You now have 4K. It's over 3 seconds, which is nice. Alright. Now that we have done everything we've done, we can officially switch our AG's gear. So, in case you're wondering what he's wearing, he has... his helmet is Mask of the Stitch Demon. He already has it. He already has it equipped. It's this kind of bird-like mask. Then his chest piece is going to be Explode. So the top mod is the big thing here. It's 33% chance to explode during a tenth of life as physical damage alongside AoE. Bottom roll AoE. I'm thinking about divining this. I hope I don't. I hope I resist. But anyways. Then we have PDR and Cold and Lightning Res, because those are the resistance types he is lacking the most according to PoB. Simply because we're going to eventually go for a... what do you call it? I think eventually we go for... where are our specters? A perfect fiery cannibal. Which honestly, do I even want to go for the fiery cannibal? The idea is we are going to convert cold and lightning damage to fire damage instead of PDR. And then by converting cold and lightning to fire, combined with our Arctic armor, this will make it so they are being met by fire. They are going to fire damage, which is how we have less damage taken while stationary through Arctic armor. So that's the general idea of it. But that said, let's see something real quick. I am curious. Cold and lightning, purity of fire, life, vitality, how much are they going for? 7-ish divines. Seven-ish divines. All right. We're not going to switch to that now. What is our Spectre setup right now? We have Warlord, Turtle, Fiery Cannibal, Forest Tiger. Forest Tiger should not be here. Should not be there, I don't think. Carnage, Shooting, Turtle, Fiery Cannibal, and then I think Forest Tiger was there from an old iteration when I was probably trying to get snag as much cast speed as I could. It's not worth, I don't think it's worth it. So yeah, this is overall what we are going for. So if I switch real quick, if I switch to this Watcher's Eye, that means my fourth Spectre would go to... Oh yeah, I'm not supposed to be using Onslaught Spectre. Onslaught doesn't do much for my DPS overall. But the reason we went for Onslaught is because Onslaught gives us slightly more activation trigger for this. That is why we did it in the lower budgets. But now in the higher budgets, we don't really need to do that anymore. So I think it's one of those things we are going to upgrade eventually, but not quite yet. Minion left on both of you so you don't die, and yeah, overall we're ready. Level 27 AG is kind of wild though. So let's go give our AG his gear. He has everything he needs to survive. So just a once over for the gear for those interested. We're going Kingmaker, Explode Chest with additional curse, Gravebinds with Enfeeble on hits, and then we're going Legacy of Fury for extra explode chance, or for extra explode chance and damage. Alright, aspirants. Put the AG here, turn off my loot filter, drop Kingmaker, chest piece, boots, EK Ball, thank you for the follow, and then Gravebinds. Oh yeah, I was supposed to delete a whole lot of these loot filters, right? I want to delete a whole lot of these loot filters. They have no reason to be here. So yeah, now we have 10 fortification and a whole bunch of other things. Item filters. Let's start deleting. Pox Settler can go. Light Settlers, Gauntlet, don't need any of them. What the fuck is happening there? Necro Settlers, don't care about it. I don't know where Strict Never Sink is from. And then Phrecia, Cowgirl, even though I'm probably never using the Cowgirl one. Oh, it's sold for 2. Shit. Alright, we got some money back. And I think now we are overall ready to run a map. This should feel really good. We are currently doing Betrayal for gem levels, but now that we are done here, we can honestly go to a different strats. So what we are likely going to do is we're going to run maybe one more safe house. We might be able to get it in the 4 maps we have left. If we can, good. If we can't, you know, it is what it is. You need to be sold. How much is this going for? Res and then Dex. The life is crafted, right? What am I doing that is so hard to find? Oh, that's what. 30-ish chaos. All right. What is it doing here? I shouldn't put it there. I should put it here. All right, so let's see what the explode feels like. This is on an open layout, i.e. Strand, so it might not feel as good as it would in, like, say, Toxic Sewers. But I want to. My strat currently is on Strand, so I'm just going to do Strand.
When I'm ready, and not before.
All right, this is what it looks like on closed layout. Seeing that this is a closed layout. We still need to give my specters. We need to give my specters awakened melee fizz for intimidate single targets.
You are a blight on this beautiful continent. We are the cure.
Bring the beast in my sight.
Our chance. I'm ill fit for this duty. You've proven that quite clearly.
Gravicious is already there?
Worthy of-
Oh shit. Alright.
We will be best friends, beast, until we slaughter you.
I just realized there's somebody from Ritual that was popping those chaos or the chaos green balls.
The 3-round challenger returns.
After this, we're going to run a T17 because we do have quite a few T17s. We're going to do Ziggurat, I think. Or Sanctuary if we have any Sanctuary.
Know that we must purify. Aye! Wow, your captain has arrived.
Tukahama.
Just do it. I'm no.
You honor the.
Just do it.
You honor. I must consider us even. Great job, Exile. Up you go. Take the ancient beast to the way.
Alright, now let's do a T17.
Thanks.
What did we get? You. Alright, let's do that first. Then we do a T17. I'm going to take these out. Let me set up for whatever T17 we're going to do. You go in there, you go in there. Why are you here? Oh, because you were in there. Okay. Okay.
When I'm ready, but not before.
Surely we don't die and reset our progress, right? Not reset, but lose 10% XP.
Impressive, interloper. But a fly does not flee. More meddling in my mouth.
Worry not, Crusader.
Hi, I'm interested in playing Hoag. How much is the expected budget for the default in your POB? That is the high budget POB. So keep in mind that there are budgets lower than that. They won't quite have the quality of life that this has, in the form of like having 80 something% block chance, having certain, you know, more expensive things. But like this one in particular, I think is like 50 divines, maybe less. The Watcher's Eye is expensive. The Jewel, the Balance of Terror is expensive. That's another like together they're like, let's say 15 divines. The Watcher's Eye is not that expensive. I don't know if they are, but it's Watcher's Eye can be expensive. It can deviate depending on the time of day. But let's say it's 15 divines between those two. Valin is also expensive. This is a core of this version, and this is going for about 6 to 9-ish divines, I think. Let me just check. Bottom row spell block is not white. 6 divines. Meanwhile, max row is 14 divines. So 6 to 14 divines, depending on the row you get. Then wait, was I using my rolls? Like, let's just ignore that. Ignore this. Just straight up only 15. Okay, 6 to 12-ish divines. And then if you want like decent life roll, that goes up. Anyways, 6 to 12 divines. Nothing. This can be expensive. This is like 6 divines. Crafting is like 8-ish divines. Yeah, 70 should be able to cover everything. The amulet is cheap. The rings not expensive. This one you have to make it yourself, most likely. Your guide is very good, understandable. I rewrote to Herald. Alright. One thing to note is I will be making a follow-up for it now that I have done some testing. And I have made changes to all the budgets to make it better quality of life, basically. And I will be talking about that in a video soon. I think the video should be out by Monday. So just keep in mind to check that when you're trying to go up, because I think I want to talk about like tips. I want to talk about the changes I made, why I made those changes, and certain things like that. Like even today, we just made a change on the anime guardian to make it so that we are even tankier than the initial PoB says. But let's roll the T17 map, shall we? We have ziggurats and we have fortresses. If I had to say which I prefer, I obviously prefer ziggurats. But we can do fortress, either or. I can do one of each too. It doesn't faze me too much. I farm T17s, so if I can't reach level 100 and only level 8, reduce 1 medium cluster. Correct. We have more than enough damage even before those clusters, and those clusters give a good chunk of damage, but we have more than enough before, so just remove it and then think of it as when you get those levels you gain more damage. Because right now my character is 93. My current skill tree looks something like this. I don't have this yet. I don't have this yet. So let's see. Chance to avoid poison is a brick. We're not going to do that. Early weakness, less cooldown recovery rate. Thank you, very understandable. You're welcome. Less cooldown recovery rate, early weakness, temporal chains, Vaughn, phase as fired, PDR, monster damage. If I take early weakness, -5 is 93. My lightning reserve is 73. Is this fortress? Yeah, fortress is not the map you want to have non-capped lightning res, that's for sure. It's not a map for that. What do I want to do? Let's go down. Recovery rate is also a pain to deal with, because that means you are on a longer cooldown. Speaking of that, convocation. For modifiers, you're looking to avoid poison is a brick. Reduce block is a brick. Everything else is kind of take what you think you can handle. Don't take, aside those two, don't take maybe cannot regen. That'd be annoying to roll, so no cannot regen as well. Minus max res, if you think you can handle it, go for it. If you're well over capped on your res, you can go for early weakness. Everything else is kind of just whatever, but those are the 3 that you probably don't want to run. Less recovery rate is also very iffy. I wouldn't go for less recovery rate. I want to say fuck it. We would be 3 lightning res under cap. Is this ring worth it? Sure. Then I also want to pick up a 2120 Ray Spectre. I had it somewhere. We'll hold off on that. We'll hold off on that. We're going to get more res, and then we should be able to roll to play this one. Then for this guy, let's see if there's any mod that we don't like. Buffs expire, we don't care about that. Nothing here matters except marked for death, and marked for death is, I think that's rough actually. Life as ES, we don't care. We ignore ES. AoE, less effect of petrification statues is not what we're not going for that. Blind on hits, we don't care. Players have reduced action speed. No. We might go for this guy. Let's see. But that's an extra 3 divines. Thank you very much. Thank you. What was this again? Additional Scarab, Harbingers. Okay, that's what. Additional Harbinger, 20% chance. Cool. 3 divines. Where were we? You. Life is fine. AoE is fine. Additional Proj is fine. Damage as code is fine. Endurance cooldown. This is fine. Additional Proj is kind of interesting because that means her final phase. Let's go for this. Is my this skills effect basically. It's supposed to be a map farming strat, but we don't need to farm maps with it right now on T17s because that is the idle setup I use to farm T17 maps, skills effect and whatnot. So like this is an effect skilled T17. So 3 additional projectiles.
When I'm ready, I'm not before.
Mountain dots. Oh, there's beyond here. That's what's going on. Keep in mind, I want you to notice this is 155% more monster life. This is a very tanky. Ugh. Okay, those ball guys hurts. Okay, those ball guys hurts. We lost our stone and chaos golem, so we just have to resummon them. We want to stand still typically because that means we are getting hits, and if we are getting hits, we are proccing our Spalin a whole lot more, and that means we have more overall DPS.
Local. Need your aid.
Also, oh, I was like, why is my... I was wondering why my Flame Dash was being a bit slow. It's the map mod. We have less cooldown recovery rates. So now let's see. What are you guys? Oh, you're with Chaos and Wither Resistance. Meh.
Death will never come for an immortal.
Did we give you?
Feel death's grip.
She's phased.
Your soul burns for me. Your soul burns for me. Kulamak. Darkness swarms. Mortal. Feel death's grip.
We also have this Pantheon that gives us PDR while stationary. We should get the second part of this as well. That is something we're supposed to do.
Your soul burns for me. Give your soul to me. When I'm ready and not before. Your soul burns for me.
Where on earth is he? I didn't see where he was. So you want to see, you want to be able to place your brands on them because that also triggers your spell skills. Where is he?
Give your soul to me. Your soul burns for me. Kulamak, mortal. Arise, my children. Feed. Feel death's grip. Darkness swarms. Mortal.
Ow. So there, I was. Her dots refused to leave, and dots are the biggest weakness of this build. So with the dots being where it is, she kept hitting me, and this didn't maintain the whatchamacallit. Why is this so long though?
Arise, my children.
Okay, I forgot it was a 10-second inbound period. That one is on me. I'm still waiting for this to finish.
Feed. Feel death's grip. Mortal.
There are these two skulls to still step on. Skulls. Moral of the story, watch out for skulls. If you don't block them, it is rough. Okay. Third phase.
Your soul burns for me. Give your soul to me. Kulamak.
Hopefully she doesn't have... We should be fine now. We shouldn't have to engage in children phase, hopefully. Yeah, we have enough damage, I think. So 155% more monster life, big AoE on her slams, additional projectiles means... Oh. Additional projectiles means she's throwing more children out there so that you have to click on. I don't quite know why her dot lasted as long as it did. I don't think it should have, but it did. Great Lord is going for how much I did? 50. Sheesh, we got +2. That is almost a divine. We have this, and we got, I guess we'll keep the second one. What is this? And nothing else good there.
When I'm ready, and not before.
I'm sorry to tell you, but I'm not leaving my map for it.
Everything dies.
We also need to close this. Then we run Fortress after this, which honestly with Fortress, I don't know his mechanics, so at least with Katarina, I know the mechanics, even though the mods were a bit on the dicier side. I know her mechanics, so I could realistically dodge what I need to do. What I need to dodge, rather. But when it comes to Fortress, we just have to kill him before he kills us, I guess. I am really looking forward to, what do you call it? Ooh, a magic conqueror. I'm looking forward to getting rid of this cooldown recovery modifier. Oh, you know what this is? You know part of the problem? I'm just now realizing. Players have less AoE is actually quite detrimental to your virulence generation. I'm just now realizing. So the reason this is bad is one of the biggest, I guess, ways ball lightning is able to hit as fast and as long as it can is by scaling AoE so that enemies are inside its range longer, because no matter, you cannot extend the duration of ball lightning, so long as it is down, it is going to do the same number of hits and last the same amount of time. So by keeping an enemy inside that longer, you are then able to have it poison longer. But with less AoE, that means your firestorm also has a smaller AoE, which means it's dropping in a smaller area, so movement makes it a whole lot more erratic. But then for your ball lightning, it has a whole lot less coverage with single targets, so we're not getting quite as much virulence on a single target fight. Do I have less AoE here? Please don't. I mean, I don't, but what I do have is cooldown recovery, and I don't like cooldown recovery. Okay, we're going to roll this. I don't like cooldown recovery. It slows down my convocation to points where I do not like. And then B, early weakness, phase as extra fire, monster damage, and then on a map that we are not going to be lightning res capped. Oh wait, we could be. We could be. I think that's, I forgot. We're supposed to do this. We're going to town to make sure we don't lose any specters, because I think we're going to drop dexterity. Then we're going to throw resistance nodes here. 20%. This means also Okay, Chaos Red is fine. This means that we can run the map, I think. I don't think early weakness kills with effects, right? I could be wrong on that, but and correct me if I am, because I don't want to run and not be capped on lightning res, but I don't think it scales. Because like Fizz as extra fire we should be able to deal with. Our life pool isn't the best right now. We still need to get like decent life on like our boots. But that's a worry for another day, I think. Okay, okay. We're also trolling. We are also trolling apparently. We're going for life regen per endurance charge, I think. Sure. Life regen is also fine. Alright. Wish me luck. The moment of truth. Okay, we're chilling. Early weakness.
When I'm ready and not before.
I don't like Jill. Am I really this slow with Jill? Like, is it this bad? You know what? Once we get immutable force, we should switch to this. It feels so bad with Jill. I didn't think it'd be. We need that. If we had the reduced effect of chill on us, it would be more tolerable. But alas, we do not have it. So we have to slog through the slow patches. When you see our life drop and then shoot back up, it's because we have life gain on hits and we're hitting so often with our spells. What is... Oh, I was bleeding. Large cluster. That went well. Oh shit, did we get something? The chill is so bad, yo. Like, I wish I could ignore it, but like, it is so bad. Like, we literally have our Quicksilver on right now. We have it on right now and it's just And whenever we're talking about the cooldown recovery being a problem yet, because with the current cooldown recovery, we can't even stay stationary all that much. Because if we stay stationary, we are going to need to move a lot more with our flame dash, and cooldown recovery is not going to let us do that. I am getting ignited a lot. I think it's the Phrecia's extra fire. Whenever they crit me, if they crit me, you know what, screw it. We're actually just going to use Flame Dash a whole lot more. See what I mean? See what I mean? We just have to walk. Where else can we get a chance to avoid chill? Because like I don't think we have it anywhere. We're missing a large chunk of that. I don't think we can have it anywhere else on the build except maybe our boots if we go for Ashlyn. 100% chance to avoid chill would be really nice. But that would involve using the Veiled Orb, and Veiled Orbs right now are expensive AF. So I don't know if it would be worth it, especially if oh, we got a Nameless Seer. Surely we get something good. Alright, Mr. Seer. We have Brine Crown. I don't think this is worth anything. Oh. Actually worth something, huh? Why is he worth something? You're not worth anything. I've never seen this one, I don't think. And then Tabokai for SRS, but we're going to go Brine Crown, I guess. Note to self, don't run Chilled Ground. You will hate your life for it. It's gonna piss you off. A lot. Like, a lot. Ugh. No. Chilled Ground is not it. Alright, let's prize the things we got from those T17s. And then we can go back to June. We can also showcase boss fights. We did Maven yesterday on an even lower budget. I think the Maven kill was in between high and mid. This is still kind of high and mid because there's still a lot we need to get that we haven't gotten yet. But it's definitely on the higher side. So this is like 120 chaos. Why don't I keep it? It's really well rolled. And I don't have a Wraith Lord. Am I just not going to play with Wraith Lord this league? I honestly have no plans currently to roll Wraith Lord. And by the time I do, it'll probably be worth about less, so might as well get as much as I can from it. What a waste of a Conqueror. Really, chance to avoid Alva. How much dust can Brine Crown go into? Let's see. Is it a dust unique? We don't have the dust page up there. Give me a second. Let me just open that real quick. Is it a dust unique? Oh shit, it is 375k. So we're gonna turn it to dust. What are you though? Yoke of suffering. Oh shit, you're expensive. Why are you expensive? What do you give? Reduced duration of ailments on enemies. Your early damage can shock. Oh. Enemies take increased damage for each type of ailment you have inflicted on them. 5 to 10% chance to shock. So basically, you would want to use non-lightning damage with this. So like fire, have that shock, have that ignite, and have maybe some cold to be able to chill and freeze. You know, if you have a source of scorch as well and all those other ones, you can really juice this. Okay, cool. It's a max. This is 10 divines for this roll. God damn. Alright, 10 divines it is. Those are good T17s. Alright. What are our next upgrades? We have our AG set up. What does our block chance look like? Chance to block spell is higher than it typically would be, and that is because we have this area right here. Now in this PoB we do not. So how do we start phasing out of that block spell chance? The simple answer would be save the 4 points from here. That would give my character this area for which we can maybe get, I don't know, a reckless defense to kind of make up for it. But like, until we have a lot of these jewel sockets. Okay, what we can do actually, real talk, we save 4 points from here. So that's 1, 2, 3. We can't use the medium cluster jewel yet, but what we can do is we can use the jewel. So in this case, we'll buy the chance to block jewel with life and chance to block jewel with life and accuracy. Do I even need all this accuracy? I have 4k accuracy. Instead of going for accuracy here, realistically I should be going for the life is really good. If we went for one more reckless defense, let me think. Reckless defense is alright. What we could do with this area is finally get our nature's patience. That's what we could do. The less damage taken would be really good. Really good. Defensively at least. But is it worth losing block chance? I don't want to lose block chance and just not have block chance. That said, do we have any jewel sockets we aren't using? Watcher's Eye, Golden Rule, Cobalt Jewel with minion accuracy, Reckless Defense, Calamitous Vision. So we have 1 and 2. So in this one, let's say I go for do I even need more minion accuracy? We have blind, so maybe we go for block chance jewel for both block chances, i.e. attack and spell, but we'd be losing how much? We'd be losing at least 10, 14, 17, and then this is like an extra 10, 27% chance to block spell damage. So we have to start making that back somehow. If we go Nature's Patience, that would leave this guy to be some Giga Block, which we don't have by the way, but some Giga Block jewel. And according to this, oh, we do take this. So why don't I just say remove this one and instead go for this one and then pick this guy instead, and then we can still pick this guy. Then if we can save 1 point, if we can save a singular point, just the one, we can drop a whole lot of spell block now. We can genuinely drop a whole lot of spell block, which means all our jewels that had chance to block spell and chance to block attack, where are they? This guy's attack and spell, like this guy right here, we can drop that for chance to block attack as well as increase life and minion accuracy or something. Let's just copy it first and decide what we want to do. Where is the Cobalt Jewel? This guy, I think. Is it? Yeah, it is. Okay. So that means we copy it, paste it, then maybe we keep the minion accuracy, maybe we don't. But let's see what we can get instead of chance to block spell damage. We can obviously go live, giving us even more life. Chance to block attack seems fine. I guess there's also minions deal increased damage, but like that's wasted. And where else do we have Cobalt? You already have that. This guy has strength, so that's fine. Okay. I don't know that it's worth it. So let's do this instead. Let's just drop this. We're still capped, but now we gained a bit of life. I think I like that. I think I prefer that. So we don't need as much chance to block spell using this wheel instead of that one. Yeah, using this one instead of that one, we don't get quite as much. We do gain maximum chance for spell block. I think this is fine. How can we get slightly more attack block chance though? That would be the question. Reckless defenses will be wasted. We already have you for block AD. We're using the Rumi's concoction for the block AD chance. So while we are clearing, we actually are capped on both blocks. I think this would just have to do. So that would in turn mean when I get my Nature's Patience on my next, like I don't have to remove this. I will have to remove this, however. And I don't know that we aren't overcapped. So since we're not overcapped, by removing this, we lose like I guess 10-ish%. We get 10-ish% chance to block spell, putting us down to 58. That would give us a point to go here. Not quite enough to go to the next one. We have these 3 points, which we don't have in here. So maybe it's about time we got rid of these. Maybe. By getting rid of these, what can I do? We have that res. I can maybe prioritize getting minion res here alongside my chance of poison and life to help supplement. Could be an option. Think. Do we not have golden rule in this POB? Yeah, we do. Alright. Do we not have this guy? Yes, we do. Balance of terror, which we do here. So, holistically, we have 1, 2, 3, 4. We're almost at 5. So this is the only one that's really missing. And if we can get to here, then we win. But to get there, we are how many points away? 1, 2, 3. 3 points away, which would be here. So then I would drop this, get those 3 points. But then bleed becomes more dangerous to my minions. I think it should be fine. Now that we have the bone ring, we intentionally force having a bone ring for a reason anyways. We can maybe even drop the dexterity here to get minion early res, and that would solve all my worries. Early res, double res, life. That solves everything. Because if I take away 34 dexterity from what I have now, that puts me at 192, 162. That is more than enough for a level 21 Herald of Agony. Right? Yeah, that would be 159. Yeah, that's more than enough. Now with that said, there's nothing else that requires that amount of dex, right? Yeah. Okay. You know what I'm just now realizing? All these guys are max level. I should be trying to put 20% qual on them, and I should be getting awakened minion damage soon. Then we need to get awakened melee phase here. You know what? I think we get meat shield instead. I think I'd be more comfortable with meat shield instead of intimidate. Because honestly, I think we have enough damage. Like we're at 64. Intimidate is 3 mil. Without 3 mil damage, we're fine. We're 61. 3 mil is whatever. But we get the added protection. Where is it? There. But in turn, we would get the added protection of just having a much bigger max hit on our specters. I think I'm okay with that. I think I'm okay with that. Let me just go ahead and check. Let's say the warlord, right? He is capped on all res with 20% quality gem. His max hits at 200k, 700, 750, like 750, 770. Really good. His recovery is on the lower side, with being 2%. Is there something else we can do for recovery? Single target, there'd be an easy way to do it. The easy way to do it, single targets, would be to give Raise Spectre. Where is it? The simple way would be, I need Aspect of the Crab. I forgot about Aspect of the Crab. Why do I need Mana Reservation? Because of Aspect of the Crab. So Aspect of the Crab would be really nice for PDR. I completely forgot I needed Aspect of the Crab, to be honest. The problem with going for Aspect of the Crab right now on my current setup is that would increase my suffix pressure by an insane amount. Because then I would need to actively seek out, like, where am I getting strength from again? I'm getting strength from here. I would need to actively seek out jewel sockets for strength. And like, I think dexterity is fine. But with Aspect of the Crab, I would need Mana Reservation. That's two suffixes that come true from nowhere. That means we then have to be very nitpicky about our res. Our res is overcapped, so we can actually afford to pull back on some. So looking at this, we can afford to pull back on fire res, it looks like. We can afford to pull back on... We can't afford to pull back on lightning res. So fire res is the only one we can afford to pull back on. Dexterity we can kind of afford to if we get perfect, if we roll for... If we craft a bone ring with dexterity essences and we go for double res, that would give us over 20 more dexterity, and that would allow us to go for mana reservation, Aspect of the Crab, right? That checks out. And then I wouldn't need as much to focus on my affixes or my jewels, because I should have enough then. I already invested in making sure that I was getting some resistances in the form of, here there's lightning res, all early res, here there's cold res, strength, here there's cold res, oh that's cold res, chaos res, all attributes, lightning res. So like I made sure when I was getting my closer jewels that I had the bigger picture in mind, and that I knew that my suffixes were kind of tight, so I got as many suffixes as I could on my jewels as I was getting them. So with that pressure alleviated, that's all I need to do to be able to go Aspect of the Crab. Then Aspect of the Crab would be a very big defense multiplier, so long as we can keep our block chances very high. So what we're gonna do is we need to level up some more. We need to change this red socket to blue. You know what I'm just now realizing? Our perfect warlord is gone. It's been a bit too quiet. And that further what's the word I'm looking for here? Justifies dropping the intimidate for the meat shield. I think that makes sense. Alright, so that's what we're gonna do. We're going to buy a new warlord naturally. Forest warrior, turtle. Let me just make sure he's nowhere here, because like I don't think I've heard his sound in a bit, and typically you can't get him to shut up, so we have to buy another one of that. Then for you, 8 divines, Why did that just shoot up to 8 divines? How much do I have? 9. Yeah, I'm not buying that now. We'll buy when I have a bit more currency to work with. Perfect Warlord. So Meat Shield would take care of damage reduction. They have really good max hits. But then we also still have to worry about consistent hits, like being blitzed. They need some form of recovery. This would typically be an easy, you just plug this in, everybody's chilling. But like, we can't path there and we can't anoint that. So what are the alternatives? We could go for minions recover life on minion death as... but then by going minions recover life, we are going to need a source of summon phantasm. The simple way I would go about doing that, while clearing, let me think. While clearing, if we gave our anime guardian summon phantasm support, that solves it, because summon phantasm has a chance to summon the phantasms when you kill. Where is gems? Oh shit, we already have one that's almost level 19. We can actually get it. Anyways, this guy right here, doesn't that mean we have to do more betrayal? One problem at a time. Okay, let's not do that yet, because if we put him down, noise, you know, he's gonna start wrecking our earbuds again. So let's just think first in the very quiet hideout that we love. If we put this in a hungry loop and we replace the empower, which makes sense, because even though Empower makes our AG tankier, but even though he loses max life, he's going to gain a ton of recovery from it. So on kill, he has a 20% chance to a 68% chance to summon phantasms. This says when they deal a killing blow. Let me just confirm the warden on PoE wiki. Let's confirm the wording on Gravebind. Count as being killed by you instead. Now I don't know if that counts for killing blow, but in theory what we would do is we would put summon phantasm in the ring, replacing empower, by having, and then that would take care of in clear scenarios you now have recovery. But in single targets, we wouldn't have enough. He doesn't hit fast enough to churn them out to the speed where it would actually help them survive. Now I'm not too worried about single targets, because single targets, they're already tanky enough. But I guess what I could also do is I could drop Meat Shield for Summon Phantasm. If I do that, my Spectres would be aggressive A, but I would have 4 Spectres, including a Fire Frenzy. And Fire Frenzy hits a lot with its spell, or Fire Fury. All the same enemy monster anyways. Dominated. Fiery cannibal. Didn't even get a suggestion. This is the fiery cannibal. Okay, for those wondering. And with the number of times this chick hits, we should be churning out those phantasms, single targets. Because single target, it's a 20% chance on hits of a rare or unique to someone said phantasms. So again, assuming it works the way I think it does, is there an easy way to test this? If I were to move my AG to my helmet, AG, Spectre, Minion Life, Summon Phantasm, I could then go about clearing a regular map, and then we can see just how many phantasms are spawned. That way we know if Grapevine counts for Summon Phantasm. But also, let's not forget there's also the second line which says 20% chance when you hit a rare. Okay, it's specifically rare or unique. Okay, never mind. I thought it was 20% chance when you hit. If it's rare or unique, then it's different, because when you explode, you're hitting, but you're not hit. There's no guarantee there'll be a rare or unique to make sure you summon Phantasm. So I think that's a fair test to have. I just need to get a one white socket on there. So what we're gonna do is we're going to switch. I have gold, right? Yeah. We're going to change a divine to a chaos. We're going to buy blanchings, so all this testing becomes more seamless. I'm tired of recoloring shit. So then we're going to go blanching. We'll buy 2. I said 2. Then we're going to hope you have no non-white, non-blue sockets. Really, bruh? I'll take it. Whatever. Really, bruh? That is like the bare minimum, but whatever. We'll do that. Minion life. Where is AG? Ray Spectre, AG, Minion life. AG, Ray Spectre. Let's just put them beside each other. It's easier that way. Actually, I'll leave it this way. But AG, Minion life, Summon Phantasms. Feeding Frenzy can go back here for now. And then Summon Phantasms. So we're going to clear a map like this. And you, of course. There goes our peace and quiet. We're going to test this, and we're going to see if, again, the test is to make sure that Summon Phantasms get procced with Gravebind, and if they do, then we need to make a new ring, which is the thing that kind of sucks with the ring, is like you can't just remove a gem. We'll need to make a new ring with Meat Shield, Minion Life, AoE, and then Summon Phantasm, basically. All right, let's go into a quick June farming map. I'm not the biggest fan of this one because it's a white map, therefore its pack size is low, so we kind of don't get to the levels of like I guess I want to say juice that we can, but it will have to do for being a test. Or better still, why can't we just go to Blood Aqueduct? Because our regular minions will kill everything. That's why. If our specters kill, maybe we go Meat Shield as well. If our specters kill enemies, then we can obviously get summon phantasms.
Ready, exile? It is time to hunt. This one is captured. I now will take it.
So as it stands,
Life is too precious to waste on you.
So it does not, it honestly does not look like.
When I'm ready, I'm not afraid.
Oh shit, I forgot.
Whatever.
I don't have my enemy guardian summoned. That was dumb.
Make me regret this. Disgusting.
No, not the lonely place again.
Death's the only option.
It plays.
Death is not the deterrent. Did you see that fiend?
It does not want to go to the dark place. The Lord. No, not the lonely place.
Okay, so now we can actually test what we wanted to test. Okay, so it's so far it's not looking good for Phantasm and Gravebind.
To tell you we're even human.
Are you gonna kill me? You're starting to figure it out, aren't you?
It's not looking good for Phantasms and Gravebind combination. It's really not. Cause like with a 60-something% chance, there should be no universe where all of these explodes are not summoning a Phantasm.
What's this? A new challenger?
Allow me to help you.
Like it's just not possible.
Death is a natural.
The weak
So-
deserve death. There's only one.
That in turn means
I'm no.
The weak deserve death. I've seen your strength. They'll never even suspect, boss.
this was a good test. I think we can safely say that because these aren't killing blows, but rather he's just killing, or he's just counting as him killing, he isn't summoning phantasms. Instead, the phantasms we have are likely those from specters that land killing blows. So what we could do in this case,
Will we slaughter you? The first ones look upon this capture with pride.
what we could do in this case, when I think about it, is single targets. I think anybody, anything who can threaten our permanent minions is likely to be rare or unique. Likely. Can't guarantee it though. So we can move our AG back here. So this is, so we're going to maintain. We're going to maintain our current AG setup. We don't need to level up anything right now. But what I'm thinking now, feeding frenzy, minion life. But what I'm now thinking is single target. If we can get one of our fast hitting skills to summon phantasms on hits, that would be amazing. We wouldn't be able to get them while we clear, but that would handle single target, because then we can keep churning. We can then keep churning, what you call it, phantasms for their recovery. But then what would we do about wave clear? Is there any universe where we can summon phantasms without gimping our damage by putting it in our main skill? Because if we put it in Herald of Agony, like here, nobody's dying. Like literally immortal minions, we don't have to worry about anything. GG, good game, you know. But for context on why we don't want to do that, includes if I go ahead and I turn off any one of these support gems, we lose like 20 mil. Like the weakest link is like Pierce maybe, but like we're not clear without Pierce. And if we wanted to do a gem swap, we just go with Awaken Vicious Proj anyways. Nothing here is not contributing like significant damage. Like literally nothing here. So it's really not even optional. Unless we just want to gimp out damage, like I said. So what else can we do? Is there anybody that can land as many killing blows? We have a Spectre that has Calling Strike, but as we saw in that last map clear, he can't compete with my Heart of Agony for killing blows. He just can't. It's not even a question. It's not up for debate. It just is what it is. Can't think of a solution. Aside just going for more renewals, which by the way, I guess what we could do, it would help, but one thing we could do is take our large cluster jewels, take our 8 passive renewal ones, copy it, paste it, go to the, wait, it wasn't pasted? Was it not copied? I guess it wasn't copied. Renewal, and then just throw in a primordial bond. And then switch in this guy, because this is actually the kind of setup we have for this one. That way we were able to pass. Oh yeah, it was primordial bond we passed, no renewal. I mean, this makes us regen a whole lot more, and a lot more, and in turn we were more, what's what I'm looking for here? In turn we had more, we had 2% more PDR and 2% increased PDR and had more regen. But I don't think this is worth it. Like it's nice to have if you can, but that's not what I was shooting for there. What if instead we drop life, because now we have a decent chunk of extra life coming from other sources, and we go call to the slaughter. Oh no, is it? Call to the slaughter. I think we call to the slaughter, it would push renewal down. No? I guess suffixes are just stubborn that way. So feasting fiends. No. Raise and pillage 100% pushes it down, but I don't know that I would want to try to, like, I think raise and pillage is so rare that it doesn't, even that doesn't work. On the bright side, I now know what I can do for any build that uses impale. Wait, no, this is raise and pillage. This is ignite. I meant rotting claws. Well, now I know. All right, so basically, it's very hard to push renewal down there. Very difficult. Also, we should replace this with a life flask. So how can we solve regen while moving? Because like 2% is fine with how much life we're giving them, but at the end of the day, if we're doing very juice content, they will take a big number of hits, and the AG is fine. Most of the minions are fine, but we just need slightly more. I'm not sure how to give them that. They don't need to leech because they have no damage. Wisdom is the key to unlocking. What up, Heliax? How you doing? Welcome. What is the regen play here? We're not dropping this wheel, that's for sure. What is the plan here? Oh shit, you know, I just now realized. We went for this guy. That is the socket pressure I've been thinking about. I've been trying to solve what socket, cause like I was like, it can't just be these two, because then it seems like there is a socket missing. So I forgot that I allocated this guy. That was the missing one. Is that your current build with your stats or the high budget one? This is the high. This is a transitionary high-ish budget Herald of Agony. It's not quite complete. It's mostly missing levels that would enable some stuff, but for the most part, this is Herald of Agony high-ish budget. So we have to think long and hard. What can we do? Is there any... There are no nodes I can think of that would give your minions some level of recovery. This is the closest thing I can think of, but like, we really do not want to drop 12% chance to block AD. It is not a smart decision to make, and we can't path there. Maybe we could use an impossible escape, necromantic aegis, to pick up decay ward, and that would solve it. But then we need to replace one jewel with that so we can actually pick it up. And then we'd be in this region, which we really don't care about anything else except this guy. Like, we really don't care about anything else, I don't think. Yeah, I can't think of anything else we need. So literally, that would end up being 2 points. Well, 1 point I would spend to get this guy, and then potentially needing to go Bone Offering or Fortress Covenant, either or, which would mean dropping 2 jewels And we can't drop 2 jewels because then we'd be losing out on 6% chance to block AD. And if we're losing out on 6% chance to block AD, then we have to make up for it somehow. And that would then end up being, oh, we drop this. We might end up dropping like this guy for a reckless defense, which would make up for it. But then minion accuracy becomes the next issue, because now we're not solving for minion accuracy. And then we lose a bunch of life, of course. Got to see how he plays later with the shield. Manual casting while campaign was kind of ass. I have the shield now, so that's why it's a high budget. We have this falling. As for how it plays, I mean, on thick maps, I can do my next one on one of these guys. Phrecia, sure, we can do Shaper influence map. Meat shield, minion life, feeding frenzy, spectre, AG. AG is not summoned. Summon AG. Reservations are as usual. Okay, sure. We are going to still do the June strats. So first things first, we still need to do a safe house. We're going to do the safe house. Then we are going to, I think this will make Gravicious the leader. So this is actually how you can do it. We'll be here a few minutes at least. Yeah, this is kind of how it plays now. So long as you're able to block, it's fine. And now we have an AG, so we have Explode.
When I'm ready, and not before.
Right now I'm not pressing any buttons. If I need to hit anything, I can just block. But realistically, you probably want to still use Arcanist Brand. Did you automate Convocation? No, I didn't. I have it on my right click, so I'm just, it's all just moving.
Ah, good stuff. I was dying for a bit of biffing. Ah, bugger. How about a rematch, eh?
But like in situations when you're not getting hits, you're going to run low on virulence. So you still want to supplement it with brands, but like we have brands.
You fight well in a cage.
Yeah, Gravicious is now there. Meh. So I said we're going to do this guy, right? Shaper. Forge of the Phoenix. Shaper Guardian. I probably should have maybe witnessed it. Oh well.
One of my captors refused redemption. He did not see value in a new life. Now, new life surrounds.
Those I serve cast
Oh, I should also get CB immunity, to be honest.
never had cause to look away. Without change, time passes like a tear in a stream. It's invisible, meaningless and insignificant to one with no beginning and no end. Then came the sun.
Unbind it all except for curses, brand this.
Now they can see nothing else.
I mean, what else is bound? I wasn't paying attention. I just failed the research. Lol. Lol. Okay.
Your blood didn't look.
Freeze them in
Face death.
I mean, we need curse.
death's the only option here.
Our curse is our source of.
I know what.
A dare team, a fair fight's fine and all. But until next time.
Casting curse is our source of wither. At least single target. So. That is basically all you have. Yeah. Basically, these are all the buttons I have. If I'm not actively trying to flame dash, I guess I don't have that as well. But like here, I would drop brands to supplement because I don't know that I'll get hit enough, and then I just stand. Let me stand in a spot where ball lightning can actually move around.
Look at what limps into my lovely lair. Back to the side. Would you like to know how this?
And then we just go find the. We need to find the Phoenix guy. So how many days we talking about? Still somewhere around the 50. This character right now, I would say I've spent anywhere from 50 to like 80-ish div. I want to lean towards 60 roughly, but I also don't have some of the things we need. For example, there's a Watcher's Eye we're supposed to get. I'm still using my low budget Watcher's Eye. We're supposed to replace this Watcher's Eye with something else that would enable a different Spectre. Oh lol, ads. Alright, I will wait here till Twitch ads are done. Then we can A, showcase the boss fight, and B, go over, I guess, what I was about to say just now. So I guess we have like 1 minute left for Twitch ads. Let me see. In the meantime, I can still think about what I would like from regen, or how I would like regen to work. But honestly, other than picking up Decay Ward through maybe Impossible Escape, I don't think it's that possible. We are a witch, however, so maybe if we really wanted to, we could go Mistress of Sacrifice F and F, replace Reckless Defense, but then that would make this guy awkward because now instead of, well, maybe not, I guess. It just means our Arcanist brand would have, our Arcanist brand would become 4-link. It would have Firestorm, Bone Offering, Desecrate. But that would suck, honestly. And the reason that would suck is it would then reduce the frequency it procs Firestorm, reducing our DPS, our virulence stacking. So like, meh. Welcome back. I'm on a died. Why give? What kind of ice? Alright, so what was I saying? This character has 60-ish divines roughly, but I also don't have some of the things that are in the PoB. For example, the Watcher's Eye is still the low to mid budget Watcher's Eye that is providing PDR. I should be going for Purity of Fire so I can take better advantage of my Arctic armor. I still need to recraft this helmet so that I can get my aspect of the crab, and then I need to craft rings so that I actually get, what do you call it, on my rings I need more dexterity alongside the red, and then go from there. Oh, ice cream. Hey, it's testing your willpower. All right, so this is what the single target would look like. Make sure we curse so we have our wither application.
This is the key to a crucible that stretches the sanity of the mind.
And that is kind of just how the build plays. It's very not button intensive, which is kind of why I really like it. Honestly, this is Gravicious. Gravicious hasn't shown his face. I will run this guy in hopes that I can get Gravicious back in here. But honestly, I kind of wish this guy was full, because there's no guarantee there'll be transportation in my next map. But if I don't do the safe house, then it's guaranteed that gravel won't show up. So there's also that. And the good thing is when you click your brand skill, your character stops, making it easier to get hits and to proc your falling stuff.
When I'm ready, and not before.
You dare foul this sanctuary.
To the death.
I serve a new god now. Bring your Inquisition, exile. I guarantee I personally run far worse than your darkest imagining.
Tier 1 Gravicious is disparaged, but he can still drop something. Okay. Cluster Joe, come get it. Convocation on left click? Yeah, that won't work. You can't have instant spells on your left click anymore. And then one of the better bosses to actually farm on this build is, if you know the fight at least. I don't know the fight too well, but I'm decent at it. I know it enough to beat the boss. Maven. I would do Uber Maven, but that shit is too expensive. Sure, that shit is too expensive. We can do a new showcase with the stuff we got since yesterday, because we did this yesterday. But for those that missed it, we can just show what the boss would look like, or how much single target damage we have on someone like Maven.
The prize piece comes to join.
And keep in mind, for most of this fight, I'm only throwing my brand, like that's all I'm doing, and cursing.
Stand still. A cascade of pain.
Alright, so that's where you were. Alright.
Stand still.
Pain will be returned tenfold. Space aligns. Behold my collection.
I will have what I want. This will not be an escape.
Alright, let's see. What is memory game gonna show for us? Top? Right? Top.
Scurry. Scurry.
The heck is ES even when you can just go for straight HP? Lol.
A cascade of pain.
Oh, you mean like her ES? Yeah.
Stand still.
Death made real.
Why?
Resistance will be punished.
We're doing full chaos damage, so
Contorts. Scurry. Scurry.
My irritation is growing. Stand still. This will not be an escape.
All right. Left, right, left, top, right, top, left, top.
Scurry, scurry.
When I'm ready and not before.
Stand still. A cascade of pain. Do what I say. How?
Stop resisting the most beloved.
Oh shit, I wasn't paying attention. I guess I underestimated the build and judged too much while leveling. Lol. I mean,
Punishment inescapable.
it is overall a slower build. Like you're not going to clear as fast as, let's say, Absolution.
Take this. Death will not be an escape.
Oh, we phase your... Wait, what? I'm so confused. Left, right, up, left, right, up.
Scurry, scurry. A cascade of pain. Stand still. Take this.
Oh god.
A cascade of pain. Stand still. A cascade of pain.
Can you like stop moving around so much?
Caretaker, to me. The living toy must enjoy
Okay.
the contests, for it continues to play. You and I should do this again soon.
Okay.
Precious nomad.
Another Maven, another Awakened Gem. So that yesterday's Maven gave us an Awakened melee splash. This guy. And now we have this guy, which is 40 chaos, but level 1. We can try to level with Tora, but like that is not worth the effort. I mean, if we're doing Tora, then sure, but are we going to? Ultimatum, Imprison Monster, Legion, Exarch. It's a perfect Exarch. Is that worth anything? Maybe. And then for our Legacy of Fury, we're just going to dump it here. Likely for a future minion build or something. Okay. It does not rely on a minion we need to ram. That's the good part. You mean like Absolution? This is correct, but at the same time, there is still some level of ramp to it, because you do need to ramp your Virulence, and if you're facing a more mobile boss, then you know that slows down the ramp because we're using Firestorm as a big part of our ramp. But it is a very comfy playstyle. All we do is run around basically.
Thanks.
Like Jenny, all we do is run around, get hits, block said hits. That triggers poison from Tempest Shield and from Ball Lightning and Firestorm, and we're rolling. So in terms of efficiency, you could potentially make the build more active and have better Virulence ramp time, or you have it ramp quicker. But like, I personally don't want that. But it's really all preference at the end of the day. Ooh. So you're giving them stack deck chance, is my understanding.
When I'm ready, and not before.
And then of course the explode just makes clearing with it a whole lot I guess smoother, so to say. But as you might, oh, for a second I thought that was let's not eat that. But like with other explosions, tighter layouts are much more effective with using it than more open layouts like Strand. We're just using Strand because of our strategy.
You are after the crown. You and I could cooperate to remove. You are after the crown. I'll burn. Let me act as your.
Not as dumb as you seem, Redblade.
I'm really hoping we see transportation. But the fact that this says 1/2 is kind of disparage. Like realistically, should it be 1/2? Why are they not? Yeah, it should actually. The question is it going to be fortification or is it going to be transportation? We're not pressing anything right now, by the way, in case you're wondering. And we got the one we didn't want. We need to make sure we fill up fortifications so that it doesn't show up next time.
You know, I've been considering an early retirement.
Of course.
You know, now that I think about it, I'm too young to retire. But I can certainly do.
What is slowing me down? Oh, temporal chains. Please be fortification. Wait, who got the intelligence? Couldn't have been you, could it? Is the boss not dead? Map complete. Yeah, the boss is dead. That's weird AF. Scarabs. We should have some. Betrayal, reinforcements, intelligence. But yeah, once we can figure out minion regen outside of, like in clear scenarios, especially dealing with those lightning robots in dealing with the lightning robots in T17s, I think we'd be chilling.
Local, need your aid.
I feel like I should definitely get anti-ignite by the time... I should get anti-ignite by the time I get my mage blood. That should be one of the flask mods we get.
Deadly and swift, like a wild.
You might be on.
Nature is wounded here.
Nice, we got Tora up.
What's wrong, Phrecia?
If you think
Gorichi is up.
You are brutal.
You. Grav, please show up in this map. I'm begging you. God.
Do I know?
That just means we need to figure out a way to fill this up in this
havoc could you wreak?
interrogates.
Bargaining and interrogation are all
What is this
the
lag?
same in the end.
Is that a Chaos Orb? Alright.
Thanks to your.
Oh god. You had one job. One. Singular. Should I just say F it and just ignore Grav? It would just make it a lot simpler. Straight up. Because I could run this map now. Only one syndicate mission would show up, and that would be either transportation or fortification, not both. And if it's fortification again, then wasted map. We'll just try. Oh, wrong one. Honestly, we can run these rare and it'd be of no consequence. I just can't be bothered. There's no benefits to running it rare when you're hunting betrayal, so what's the point? The gold is still negligible anyways.
When I'm ready and not.
I'm not gonna touch it. I'm not gonna press anything. My hand is off my mouse. Let's hope we don't get one shot because of this executioner guy. Alright, cool. The executioner mob made it very dicey, which was why we were at half health. He just didn't let us recover. But to kill us, they would have had to one-shot us. Oh, finally. Grav, please be here. If you're not here, I'm running Katarina. Okay, Grav is here. Cool. And he has reinforcements. Thank you.
Bye-bye. You kill Circle.
You surprised me, Helen.
So now we just run to the end. Kill the boss.
thanks to you.
We have 3. You know what that means? It means after this syndicate, if we really wanted to, we could run all 3, get to 90% syndicate in intelligence, and then if we get lucky, after running 1 map, we might be able to get another safe house to where we can get the remaining 10% we need.
Give in, Journey. Feel death's grip. No! There's nothing that makes you feel so We've both slain the pathetic little order. Now come to me, Journey. Though they put up more of a let us see what you know.
You have Solita?
When I'm ready, I'm not.
Hundreds of dead, rotting soulless in the earth. What a meaningless waste. But your souls, yours will serve.
Alright, Kata.
Mortal. You try and try and try to break us, and yet the Syndicate is immortal.
Surely you're going to give me a Veodorb this time, right? My current streak is 14 Katarinas and only 2 Veodorbs in that time. In the entirety of the event, that is.
Your soul burns for me. Your soul burns for me.
Oh shit, she's bugged.
Death will never come for an immortal.
You're no immortal. You're a thief. Nothing more.
How many did you send to an unexpected death, assassin? Look into my eyes. Goodbye. Arise, my children. Let our soul
You had one job.
feed.
On this.
Dark, your brine rot took much of value from the people of Raycast. It is only fitting that you have something valuable taken from you. Your soul burns for me.
Kiana bugged, right?
Arise, my children. Your hopeless cause will destroy you. Feed.
My cause fuels me.
You are owed a warrior's death, but the needs of the cause outweigh your own, Vegan. I take no pleasure in this. Don't do this, exile. Stop!
That is kill number 15. Surely you give me a Veodor, please. I beg of you. Veodor. Alright, Kata. Alright. You win. Grav, will you make it worth my while? Bruh. Whatever. Next try. Bruh. Did he even make it? I guess I'll check the Victoria's influence because I've always liked the concept of that item. Even if it's not one I've particularly tried to use per se. A nice concept. Now what am I going to give gem levels to? I've used the gems I actively wanted to. Aside them, we could put points towards this, but it would take too much time to actually get this to level 5, and I don't think it's worth it. Is there anything that makes sense to do? I honestly don't think there's anything. So yeah, I don't think there's anything. Maybe I use Summon Phantasm in case. Why would I ever want to use it in a hungry loop? I can't think of a single reason why I'd want to do that. Yeah, I can't think of a single reason. So what we're going to do is we're just going to throw it on this guy, and maybe eventually we'll get a free level 5 at some point. I don't think about it too hard. I'll keep it. I think I just vendor that, to be honest. I don't think it's going to sell. Like it says that price, I don't think it's gonna sell. I'll put it though. I highly doubt it to sell. Uniques, dump that in there. Get out of there. Like we can have +1 socketed and +1. Bruh, no brainer. Actually, let's just disenchant you. And this will go for 30 chaos. Alright, is there anything else we want to test on this build real quick? This is more or less the high budget version. I can't think of anything else I would want to do. I could go for the aspect of the crab and whatnot, honestly. And that would be fun. But that'd be stronger. But I don't know that I want to invest that much more currency into this character. It's a very strong build. I just prefer faster mapping. I mean, mapper at heart. But I think the showcases so far have proven that it can do pretty much anything. From fortresses, I mean, from T17s to... We haven't done Uber, we should do Ubers. Let's do Uber Cortex. The problem with Uber Cortex is there is one modifier we can roll that essentially breaks... that kind of breaks the build, and that is chance to avoid poison. Other than that, how about we just convert to chaoses? How's that? and then we just use that for synthesizing. We only need 4 of these. And then frag, we have 1. We have almost 1 of every fragment. Maybe we should try to get all fragments. But yeah, I think right now I want to start getting, I want to start PoBing my next build. And for those wondering what the next build is going to be, I want it to be a strength stacking, chains of command, puppeteer. Monsters take less damage, that's fine, but I think we're fine. I don't see anything that breaks me. It's 130% more monster life though, but I think it's fine. Imprisoned monsters have at least 1 this 2 additional times, so that's 8 additional imprisoned monsters, right? 8 additionals, then 1 more. Oh wow. Done recombinant. Also, what we should do, honestly, is we should full clear the map so we can gain XP. We should full clear the map so we can gain XP, because we can get 1 more level. And then with that level, we would be going for Nature's Patience, which would be less damage taking while stationary. Chaos and Wither resistance. I think with the increased XP from this map, we should be able to... What's the word I'm looking for here? We should be able to level up. We're at 80... You know, on second thought, I don't think we can level up. 87? Nah, I don't see it. Let's just go do the boss. What currency items are they dropping? I just realized they have that currency item mod. I guess they are dropping some. Oh, I didn't mean to pick that up. Alright, let's go beat the boss, shall we? We ain't gonna level up from here, that's for sure. So we might as well just go kill the boss.
Remember me?
The ignite might be painful though, that's the only thing. Anything that goes in... Anything that hits supply and ignite is kind of rough.
remember dying here?
I still need nature's patience for the less damage taken, but yep. What kind of move was that? Did he just... So I think it's a mix of things going through my block, as well as potentially ground effects, because like ground effects are not stuff we want to handle. Like here, I'm on some dots I can't see. I think I have to believe so. Yeah, there's a ground dot there. I think. I kind of wish I could see a bit more.
This one is my own creation.
Oh yeah, we should honestly remember to use our curse, because A, curse, and B, it's wither.
Plenty more where that came from. Face your destruction. Be no more. Burn away sin. Feel the pull of the void. Yes, that's it. Death sweeps in.
Kill it!
No, impossible. How?
They wanna risk it.
This will never be over. I will unify humanity.
The one thing I kind of would still like to test even now, before moving on to the next build, I would like to test aspect of the crab and how useful it is. Because in my current setup, the moment I go aspect of the crab, if I can get like craft everything I need, which should be some currency, but the moment I can go aspect of the crab, I want to see just how often I get hits to reset the crab barriers. But like even as is, without those crab barriers, we had okay. We're not too tanky. We also don't have one of our bigger. We don't have 10% less damage taken coming from our Nature's Impatience, because we do not have the levels for Nature's Impatience. Where is it? This guy. So this is a big. This is part of the reason why. This is part of the things that should help us stay still and not die, as well as aspect of the crab. So do I want to keep farming until I get here? I could, but I also could not. I'll have to decide. Let's POB first, and depending on how excited I am for the new character, that will determine if I push this build for another day or if I just swap to the next character. Because keep in mind, the next character was the reason I spent 40, what was it? The next character, i.e. the strength stacker, is the sole reason I bought this. I spent 47 divines on a simplex while I was farming my absolution. So like I was already prepared for it, and I actually do want to play Chains of Command, because here's the thing about Chains of Command. When you get a good Chains of Command setup rolling, it is so comfortable. Like, it is the most comfortable mapping experience you will have on any minion build. You press one button and you're done. You don't have to click anything else. Your bar literally just looks like this, but without Arcanist brand. And the curse is only for single targets. You would have an explode AG, so your clear is just good. You just run around, you convocate your minions, the screen blows up on tighter corridors, you go to the next area, you do the same thing. How much is this going for? That's something I wanted to check actually. 110 divines. Yeah, yeesh. Is Firestorm a good virulence source? If you can get it to poison, then yes it is. It has the one drawback of it needs to ramp. So because it's dropping in an area, you can have multiple up at the same time, and then it really ramps up, and you can get a good amount of virulence. But if it's just singular Firestorms, it's not that great. But we are using Arcanist brand with Firestorm, which helps us ramp even quicker, or which helps us ramp. That said, this is supposed to be a supplement for our main virulence source, which is this Sphalin. So keep that in mind. Alright, let's go strength stacking. Default. I don't want to go Sphalin, but it seems to be the only option to go for spell poison. I wouldn't say it's the only option, it's just the most comfy. Sphalin's biggest appeal is that it triggers. So it triggers, and it triggers very quickly. So every 0.25 seconds, so long as you are blocking, it's triggering spells. But if you don't want to go Sphalin, you technically still can. I've heard that there's some people who go Stormburst, Caswa channeling, Ball Lightning, Firestorm, something like that, or Firestorm, faster casting, or something like that. I've heard people have found success with that. I don't know how good it is for virulence generation. When I tried it, it was a half-assed attempt, so I can't really say it's bad or it's good, because like I said, it was half-assed. I don't think I invested enough. I didn't have a level 20 Caswell channeling, and with levels, Caswell channeling increases the proc rate. So, but when I did try it, it didn't impress me. And Stormburst has the downside of having to stand still, and I don't like that one bit. On non-Sphalin, I should say. On non-Sphalin, I don't like it. On Sphalin, I don't mind it. Sphalin also gives you the defensive aspect of lucky block, so you can get to 80 something, 90 something% block chance. There's also that. Also for spell poison, what else can you do? For spell poison, I guess you could Arcanist brand, Ball Lightning, Firestorm, faster casting type situation. You could do something along those lines, like I did in my low budget. But the problem with that one is if Firestorm doesn't have the time to ramp, then, or if you're facing a mobile boss, it can feel a bit awkward to get to cap virulence. But that said, it will get to cap virulence on like less mobile bosses or bosses that move once in a while. And something else that doesn't help spell virulence is the fact that for the fourth support gem, if you have like Arcanist brand with Firestorm and Ball Lightning of Orbiting, they kind of scale counterintuitively. If you go AoE, Ball Lightning gets better at stacking, Firestorm gets worse at stacking. If you go Conk Effect, the reverse. Firestorm gets better, Ball Lightning gets worse. So like, there's a lot to think about, a lot to consider. So this is going to be the nodes I think I said I was going to take. I could have gone for marionettes, honestly, instead of innovating presence, but I don't know that I want to do this. Because like in my eyes, there's just no way to make my an AG of smiting tanky, except you go for Shaper's Touch. But Shaper's Touch goes counterintuitively with Chains of Command. Speaking of which, Chains of Command. Corrupt. What do we want to have here? I think just this guy is fine. Should be easy to get that on a budget. Actually, on the smallest of budgets. All right. So Chains of Command. We're going to go for duration. Straight up. We don't need duration. Think. Do I want to go duration? Here's the downside of duration would be that we don't really need them to last any amount of time. The only time that would actually be like kind of awkward would be, let's say, single targets. Not single target. If there's like a break between someone is phasing or whatever else, then duration comes into play. Otherwise, you know, it's not. 14, including full DPS. What is your default duration? Let's start there. Default duration is 20 seconds. Baseline. Ascendancy nodes, we're going for strength because we're going to be going strength stacking. We're going for Feeding Frenzy, which is aggressive. Aggressive doesn't matter. This is a node I'm considering dropping. They are aggressive by default, so we don't need the aggressive. And the crit chance, I don't know that we're going to scale crit chance. It would be really nice to be able to scale it, but because we're strength stacking, I don't know that we have the leftover points to effectively strength stack, or to effectively crit stack rather. Because we don't really care about minion levels, we'd be going for like a +1 minion wand, convening wand. This would be recombinated with +1 all minion damage. Actually, no. If I remember correctly, we don't even go +1 all. What we do is we go, we recombinate T1 minions deal increased damage hybrid. We go minions deal increased damage base, and then that is max roll, or in T1 range at least, and then we bench craft minions deal increased damage and life. This guy right here. This gives us the most amount of minions deal increased damage we can have, and because that means we would need to be multi-modded so that we can also bench craft something else for the suffix. Now, depending on what we do, we have two options here. If we're going crits, I'm going to leave this blank, but our two options include, if we go crits, then we can go minion crit chance and regular, and the other local crit mod, and then that would make it so a convening wand, if you have crit chance on it, regular crit chance, T2 crit chance as an example, its crit chance goes to like 11%. Now if your swords are starting at 11% crit chance, that's pretty decent if you're scaling crits. But if you're not, or if you can't really push crit on the tree, then whatever, you can't. And by the way, this is the only crit wheel we have, so realistically, aside, we can't even realistically use power charges per se, because unless we go like replica, but then that isn't available single target ish. Kind of is, kind of isn't. For the most part, I just want to assume it wouldn't be. I'll think about it. I'll think about it. What does strength give? Strength gives a whole bunch of increased damage. We are going to Baron, which irks me so much, but we're gonna do it. The reason why this irks me is I really, really, really hate going unique chest and unique helmets. It becomes that much more difficult to get any level of physical damage reduction. But I think to counter this, I will be going Corrupted Soul, I think is the name of the Timeless Jewel, which gives life as extra ES. So that combined with Marination should give me 35% of life as extra ES. And if I have 35% of life as extra ES, then I can use something like an Aegis Aurora and scale armor to where it's going to be very hard to kill me, because I'd be getting my ES back and I have a lot of life coming from strength and some life scaling, and then putting that into ES, and then, you know, go for a very big life pool. We don't have access to leech, so this would be our recovery layer. The one problem with this is, the biggest problem with this is we then leave ourselves open to poison. So we have to think about that. We can get, I guess we can get a decent amount of life regen to also counteract that. We'll see. Either way, Aegis Aurora is, I'm going with Aegis Aurora. Shouldn't be expensive to get max roll. This is mandatory. I'll go with this because of my AG. Recover life from minion death is a no-brainer. Pick this up. I don't know if I'm gonna path here. This will likely be my anoint, so there's no reason to dabble in this vicinity. Extra golem would be nice, but I'll just settle for chaos and I'll figure out regen elsewhere. My guy, why would you just not do this? This gives us life and ES, which is good. Aura, because unlike the Herald, we actually get to use auras. Even more attack speed for me. We're gonna need a source of endurance charges, and AG is going to be that. Speaking of AG, the reason we are going strength stacking is for this guy right here. What the hell? Okay. That's such a fucking shame. Because I don't think that saves. Whatever. Where were we? AG. Surely we can put this without anything, right? Go for the best stats we can, especially the attack speed, maybe crit chance. They already have a 9.8 base crit chance with this weapon. Do I really need it to be that much better? Replica Victorious Charity would give me endurance charges and frenzy charges on kill, which would probably deprive me of frenzy charges single targets. Maybe, maybe not. Either way, my weapons will probably not be able to have more than one charge at any one time because of how often they'd be getting replaced. Maybe not single targets. Maybe not single targets. For now, I'll leave that as this my source of Templar. We're going to save a lot because I don't know what that bug was, but I don't want it to happen again. We'd be going an explode chest for my AG here. Well, firstly, let's go Gravebind. Let's go for all the uniques first. We'll be going to Gravebind. What kind of damage type do we think we want to run here? It's going to, they are fire, obviously. And early weakness on hits is just not feasible for a Gravebind unless you have a lot of currency. So I'm inclined to just go enfeeble on hits. Alternatively, if I use endurance charges personally and I just ignore frenzy charges for now, one thing we could also do, we could make a one-handed explode weapon for our anime guardian. We could make a one-handed explode weapon for our anime guardian to go on his offhand. But the problem with this, no, we can't. And the reason I was thinking we could do this so that we could have a chance to like a curse on hits, like punishment on hit for free as an example. But I'm now realizing, or not just now realizing, but this would not work because with chains of command, if your AG is dual wielding, the summoned sword is going to alternate. So that means sword number 2 will basically half our DPS if it's not a DPS weapon, because now half of the weapons are just not DPS weapons. So that's a bust. Alright, we'll go with the shield. Gravebind and feeble on hits. Boots, Scorch Boots, Legacy of Fury. Scorch actually matters because we're going to be doing a lot of fire damage here. So increase effect of Scorch and then increase as high of that as you can get. And feeble on hit means our body armor would need to be additional curse on hit. So Hunter, so it would then be Hunter and Explode. Mask of the Stitched. Then body armor. Royal plates. Crusader Hunter. Explode AoE. Additional curse. PDR. And that's all. I'll leave it at this for now, so it's easy to see if we're lacking if we're lacking res and stuff like that. So this is a comfortable source for endurance charges for my AG and for me. It's a comfortable source of frenzy charges for swords single target, I guess, but because not necessarily for wave clear, to be honest, because when they get kills, we're summoning new weapons, and because we're summoning new weapons, the ones that are getting replaced are just not keeping their charges. So maybe one charge on everybody that's alive, but that's about it. I also really don't think I'm going to scale crits. But anyways, okay. So the concept of this build is we're going to give our minions as much strength as possible, and as you can see from this weapon, this gives 4 to 7 strength per 10, 4 to 7 fire damage per 10 strength. So by being the puppeteer, okay, save. AG's set is complete. I don't have to touch it again, so go to the default. All right, we have this saved. Let us now switch to the alternate tree. Surely game that this doesn't crash. But by being puppeteer, we're going to give our minions half of our strength, as well as life as ES, which is fine, and then just this for extra DPS. Alternatively, I could also just go marionettes if I wanted my AG to also contribute to the damage or the DPS that we're doing, but I kind of don't want to. This would be better for an AG or smiting build, because a regular AG like, it'd be nice. It's a lot of increased damage, so the AG would actually also pack somewhat of a punch, but I just can't justify it. I really can't. I can't justify it over this guy, at least. So now let's start somewhere. Let's create an animate guardian. For now, we include him in full DPS. He's going to use the AG set. Let's just say helmet for now, and then let's don our chains of command. Our 6 socketed chains of command. It doesn't need to be linked, it just needs to be socketed. We reduce extra damage from crits because why not? Maybe +1 max res instead, we'll see. And then the level 20 is the one that's going to be included in full DPS with 14. Animate Guardian's weapon is using the AG set as well. And then this means we check here, we have 29 strength, they have 14 strength. So if I then put on the Baron, this is still 14. This is still 14. So it's not taking both of them into account. Okay, so that means we just have to manually account for strength, which is Baron Minions have plus 14 to strength. Yeah, okay, cool. So that's how we're gonna do it. And then whenever we make big changes, we just have to go back and add and adjust that. So like I said, all of these pretty straightforward, pretty mandatory. Surely we'll go for Divine Shield, right? Not only good if we are actually going to be stacking armor, but with our pathing, we might as well. So then I could do this, pick up some block here. This kind of makes sure we are capped on block. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. This is not worth it unless I'm picking here up, so I guess we'll see for now. 12 passive cluster for now. I don't particularly care for vicious bites. Now for the medium, we're going to be doing cluster jewel, medium, 4 passive, minion life, and I think one of the things I want here is blessed rebirths. Because we have opted in to just naturally have our AG regen life, and we don't necessarily need the swords for that. I think Blessed Rebirth is the play. Alongside Blessed Rebirths, we probably go Life from Death. We could also do Dread March because we are kind of lacking on the Chaos Rest parts, not having Brave Intentions. Not to mention minion movement speed is always just nice to have. I'm leaning towards Life from Death. And then of course Strength, because we can't have this without Strength. Oh, we also kind of have to make you a 6 passive. I just remembered. The reason we have to make you a 6 passive is because is this split personality? Is that the one? Yeah, it is. Strength and life, most likely. We could do ES, but I'd rather do life because life is feeding into ES. And then this guy would be Mr. Split Personality over there. to where it is providing how much strength? 62 strength by itself, as well as what is the life pool? 164 life. Cool. And then this guy would just be the same guy, but 4 passive. No longer needs Blessed Rebirth, so we go maybe effects. Maybe Dread March, probably Dread March actually. And then for this guy, I almost forgot. We're gonna need strength here. We either replace strength here or replace life. I don't know how we would go about getting life here. Like, I think currently you would just you would fracture, increase effects, reroll speed until you got a decent life, and you're chilling. But if you want strength, how do you want to do that? I have no idea. And I doubt the clusters exist, but let me check. Passive, increase effects. Max. Somebody wants to buy my one for 20 divines. This baby is finally going. I'm gonna miss you. You've been with me all season. Literally all season. I knew someone was gonna come get it. A high-end crafter. I knew it. All I had to do was be patient. I had no use for it. Realistically, the reason I sold it was it has giga stat. It's T1 minion crit. It's T2 minion attack cast speed. It's +2, and it has trash minion damage. But the reason I didn't touch it further is because you need to annul cast speed, and to do that you would need Hinekara's locks, and I'm not a Hinekara lock crafter. I am not going to deal with that. I will not. So 20 divines. Beautiful. Okay. Passive life. Passive minion cast attack speed. Passive strength. %, 7, 5, 25 effect. This would be best in slot. So fucking expensive, but it'd be best in slot. This is even better. 64D, but it's better. Okay, I think there is enough to where, and keep in mind it's one person that has all of them, so there is a way to get it if you get lucky. I'm sure the strength is just luck, but there is a way to get it. I don't know how, but it exists. So we go strength. What if instead of minion attack cast speed, I mean, I'll try it out. Strength. That puts us at an 400 strength. This would be the second medium cluster. Life from death, dread march. That we need a source of corrupted soul. Somehow we need a jewel socket that can take it. So maybe you. Then you find timeless jewel, corrupted soul, mind over matter. I don't want to spend any points in this vicinity, so we're just going to literally take whatever. It genuinely doesn't matter what we get, so long as we get something. Corrupted, so oh, but then there is that downside, which is 50% of non-chaos damage bypasses ES. That means we are always going to be taking damage to our life. So glancing blows is less effective then. And the whole ages thing. Do I drop the idea of corrupted soul? This is still 20% of life as extra ES. It's still a lot. Is 15% really worth having half of that damage go through? I don't think so. I don't think so. So we're going to do that. Sup, Mr. Puppeteer's bait.
It's bait, bro.
For zombies, maybe. This is not a zombie build. I'm also thinking I just path through here. Instead, drop all of these.
Oh my god.
What?
Do you think oh no.
What? What are you unknowing?
I guess I'd be the one to break the bad news. You might not have been streaming with the right mic this whole time, because you're not talking in Discord, buddy.
Oh, I mean that's on Discord. Voice and video.
Nah, you sound a bit off on stream.
Let me see. On stream.
Hey, welcome back.
Lol.
So wait, what happened?
I did something today with my girl where she wanted to see what my headphones, I guess, what my headphones mic sounded like.
So that's what you've been talking with this whole time.
Is it?
Yeah. I think you sounded a bit off, but I was like, he doesn't have any other mic as far as I know, so maybe it's just me. I guess I was wrong.
Rip.
I mean, it didn't actually sound bad. It sounded a little bit like different. Like it was obviously different, but it wasn't bad. Just don't listen to it. Like, don't go back and listen to it.
That was muted. All right. That kind of explains something that happened earlier. All right, let's see. No, I muted my mic. I just started my stream, and when I came back, I noticed I was talking. Like I noticed I was talking with before I unmuted, so I figured maybe I just forgot to mute or something like that. That's what I figured, anyways. Offering, we don't need AoE, right? Probably don't need that either.
It's been a huge. Wait, are you re-rolling?
I'm PoB in my next build, yeah.
Is this one done?
More or less.
Holy.
Today was the high budget. Today was the high budgets. What'd you say?
The simplex is what's gonna use the
strength stacker is one that's supposed to use. Yeah, exactly. He's the one that is supposed to use in the ultra high budgets. I haven't POB'd
really
him, by
good
the
for a
way.
minion build?
I mean, for a strength stacking minion build, sure. Being able to have percent strength, percent attribute is simplex. Like, in theory, that should be giga strength. And with the stats we are currently scaling, I see no reason why not.
Fair.
Because like we could typically say, you know, levels are important for minions, and they are. They don't Chains of Command doesn't care about levels. Really doesn't. The level on the item is what matters, and that doesn't scale.
Oh, this is a Chains of Command build. You know, I actually saw one on YouTube.
You did? You have a link?
Yeah, it was a strength stacking. I'd have to search my history for it, but.
Well, if you do, let me know.
Yeah, I think it was. Yeah. Yeah, I'll double check and see if I can find it.
Alright. Alright.
Crafting today, a lot of progress being made, a lot of money spent.
Love to see it, I guess.
But a lot of things are done. We're almost there. Finished my ring, one of my rings too.
You finished one of your rings?
Yeah, well, I finished both rings. The other ring is a Inventor's Gamble. That I snagged for 20C with the only bad mod being 4 life, 40 all res, 10 mana reservation, and huge rarity. And I got it for 20C.
Lol.
Insane. God provides, buddy.
Maybe instead of going... Oh yeah, let's go ages. We either go ages and we accept that our ES is going to be very, very, very thick, or we go, what's the other one again? The surrender, or we could also use a rare shield. With the rare shield, we'd stack giga minion damage. We'd stack recover life on block. Wait, what if I did something stupid? And by stupid, I mean expensive, but interesting. Fossilized spirit shield, and then the recomp, let's say it is, what was it again? Shaper. And who was the ES person again? I think it was Redeemer. No, it's Crusader, I think. Right? Crusader likes ES. Or am I bugging? Let's do Craft of Exile instead. Let's do Craft of Exile. Offhands, Bone Spirit Shields. I think it's Redeemer that would have it. No, Redeemer likes mana. Okay. Then it has to be Crusader, because Crusader is ES when you block. So we go Crusader for recover ES when you block. We go Shaper for recover life when you block. And then we recombine this on a base that would have increased chance to block and block spell damage. So then we'll be recovering Giga Life and Giga ES and keep my Rascally both. And this is an ES shield. That kind of excites me. I like the idea of it. It's better than an Aegis Aurora. It's better than an Aegis, really. And it is Awakener Orbable. So you Awakener Orb, chance to recover ES or recover ES when you block. Maybe what does the Awakened version look like? Recover life when you block, add influence. Oh, it can't be exalted. And then recover ES when you block. Alright. This encourages, that also means I need to do this, because now we have to scale a tiny bit. Max block chance. Where's our block chance? Oh, we don't have the shield equipped yet. Recover ES, recover life. They're both suffixes, so you awaken orb them and basically just assume it's done here. Why is this 3% and this is 5%? I'm so confused. This bar doesn't make any sense. This has recover ES when you block. This has... It doesn't make any sense. But neither of them can be elevated, so like... It's fine. So then we'd be recovering 5% of life when we block and 5% of ES when we block. This would then mean we can honestly go for Corrupted Soul because we'd be blocking, and even though damage is bypassing our ES, is it worth it? That is the question I keep coming back to. Is it worth it? Because it's 15% life as ES, and we're not really scaling that much into ES. We're mostly trying to get like wait, what is this mod? 2% chance to defend with 150% of armor per 5% missing energy shield. That means when my energy shield is completely drained, we're looking at 40% chance to defend with 50% more armor. This just sounds like a convoluted way to say variable defense, and I don't like that, so no. So we'd awaken our orb this together, but then there'd be no way to actually go for minion damage unless we recombine it. So this might be a big recombination project that we end up going like undertaking later on. But basically, we would have to recombine two bases. The first base would have life and ES, like recover life, recover ES. The second base would be Shaper Crusader, where we alt spam for T1. Alt spam for T1, what do you call it? T1 minion damage or T2 minion damage, as the case may be. Then we exalt. How do we do this? What would the second base look like? Because the second base should look like suffix that is on the first one, and then a prefix that we want, a new prefix. That is ideally what we do. So for the prefix, we can alteration till minion damage, right? Now we have minion damage. We want to exalt to rare. Now it's rare. And what next? We need to get life for ES on block, and this has to be a Shaper Crusader item. Those are the two requirements. If we don't get Shaper Crusader requirements, then we're now 50-50 in the base type that's chosen by recombination, and I don't really want that. Because then the moment it chooses the non-Shaper Crusader base, these two mods are gone. My Awakener Orb is gone. GG, good game. So we get that one, we get minion damage. Once we get minion damage, I think what we would have to do is prefixes cannot be changed, reforge influence. Pray you don't fill up suffixes, or augment influence. If you get the wrong one, annul it, try it again. Annul the suffix, because it's so long as you annul it, you are not going to take it back to being magic, so you're fine. So long as minion damage is the only prefix you have, you can keep augmenting influence until you get either percent life or percent ES. The roll matters less. You just want one of them. Then now that you have your minion damage, your T2 T1 minion damage, and you have your either life or ES on block from the influence. And what is the mod pool that can roll from the influence? This is an expensive ass shield. This is going to be the Uber. This is going to be the very expensive version. But anyways, on a budget, just slap on an Aegis Aurora, call it a day. But we're going to do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and this has the lowest weight amongst all of them. And then same thing for here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Why do you have mana? I guess I could also augment life, but the problem with augmenting life. Oh shit! I just remembered. I would have to fill up my prefixes before doing this if I want to not risk getting one of these two. I don't care about these two. That complicates it again. How do we do it? I think going for minion damage is just greed at that point. It might just be. Isn't it known that you can just recombine bases with 2 suffixes and 2 prefixes and pray? We can maybe do something like that, where we get both suffixes on an item, then we go for 2 prefixes, i.e. minion level and maybe chance to block spell damage, and then you fill up suffixes on both of them. So but then the chance to block spell and minion damage would have to be on Crusader Shaper bases as well. So you'd alt spam for both of them. Not even that, you go increase block chance rather. You alt spam for both of them. What is the T1? 15%. Whereas this is okay. You alt spam for both of them. You regal into a rare. You isolate them as prefixes. You multi-mod. You're multi-modding 1 prefix, 1 suffix, 1 prefix, 1 suffix on both of them. And this gives you a very decent chance at getting 2 prefixes, less so 3 prefixes. I guess what we could also do is just multi-mod, fill both of them with 2 exclusive prefixes. That gives us 6, and that gives us a good chance at 3 prefixes. And the 3rd prefix doesn't matter because it's going to be a guaranteed crafted mod that we can always just remove. And if we hit can have up to, it is guaranteed. If we hit the prefix, then there's a small chance that it rolls 2 prefixes. I think it's like 30-something% chance it rolls 2 prefixes, and if it does, then it could roll one of the exclusive mods, and then that goes. So like, I think that's how we would go about doing it. Recombine with can have up to and two exclusive prefixes on top of the minion damage and chance to block. Then that would give us a base that has chance to block and minion damage on one side, and a second base that has recover life and recover ES on block. And then what do we do? Then we prefix it. Then we because they are 2/2, we then go multi-mod 1 prefix 1 suffix on both items. That would give us 3, 4. That'll give us 4 prefixes, 4 suffixes going into the pool. What are the odds of being able to keep all of that? I don't know that they're the best.
I guess one thing we could also leverage in this whole crafting shenanigan is aspects. We can leverage aspects, but the reason we don't want to leverage aspects is because the moment we leverage aspects, we can't, and if it picks the aspects, our prefixes may be settled, but those suffixes are going to be kind of gimped. Because then it could be aspect and it too recovers, and that is not a bad, that is in itself is not a bad item. And it kind of is just better than YOLO sending 2 prefixes, 2 suffixes, I think. It gives you a better chance of keeping your prefixes but a worse chance of keeping your suffixes. Whereas if you use multi-mod, go 2 suffixes on each item. Well, you go multi-mod on your 2 suffix item and you'd go 2 prefixes there, because then that's 3 suffixes and 2 prefixes, so 5 mod. And then 2 prefixes you can have up to, and then you go 2 suffixes. That would be 3 suffixes, 2 prefixes. So that would give you a total of 6 suffixes, making it so you have a good chance of keeping all your suffixes. And then your prefixes, you have 2 on the one, and then you have 2 on the other, giving you 4 and making it so you have a not high, not low chance of keeping two of them. So let's see. Where is that recombination guide? PoE 3.25 recombination recombinator guide. There. So we would have 2 prefixes, 2 suffixes, or 2 prefixes on both items. That would make it 2 mods. Wait, that'll be 4 mods in the pool, and there's a 59% chance it picks 2 mods. Now, if it picks any of the crafted suffixes, those 2 mods are guaranteed to be the 2 prefixes we put in the pool. Now, if it doesn't pick 2 and it picks 1, we lose something. So there's an 11% chance we just lose a prefix. There's a 31% chance we keep it all, because if we have 3, 2 of those are going to be exclusives. So like that means they picked an exclusive prefix, and that means your 2 mods are guaranteed. So there's a 59 plus 31% chance your prefixes are sound, and there would be a 72% chance your suffixes are fine. 72% chance your suffixes are fine, and if it picks 2 mods, then there is still a decent chance that they are still fine. So overall, it's going to be quite the recon process, but it is possible to go minion damage and chance to block spell. Chance to block and like both of these, you'd obviously be going for high tiers. Now for this suffix, your guess is as good as mine if you keep an open suffix or an open prefix, but you will have one of them. And depending on the one you get, you might want to go chance to block spell or life. You can get up to 70 life, so probably craft life there. Or if it's a suffix, then you can maybe go res. But I'm not going to rely on this for... I'm just going to do this. This gives us... This makes it so we want to have max block. Is there max block chance here? Okay. So now we have a max of 70% chance to block. Holy shit. We've overinvested into block. Oh, no, we haven't. Yeah, we haven't. Tempest Shield. 72-63. Then you can go Rumi's Concoction while mapping. So then you go Rumi's Concoction. All right. Then what? Obviously take this. This is either better than this or this is better. How many masteries do we care about? We don't need to do this life and mana when you block, but going for even more block chance would be ideal. So how do we get even more block? Our anoint is already taken. We are a Templar, so odds are we want a Forbidden Flesh and Flame. Base ascendancies. We're a Templar, so odds are we want to Forbidden Flesh and Flame Bastion of Hope. That makes capping block much easier. So let's just do that real quick. All right, and then we've used an attack. I will cast a spell recently. That then means we can pull back a bit. We can drop that entirely. In which case, we can then do this. Why would I want to drop these points? These are strength points. But it seems so inefficient. When realistically I could go this way, pick here. I would save 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Wait, I'd save. Let's just say it's save level 78, 101. By doing this, which are not strength points, I would then save 1 point. I mean, if it's 1 point and I'm getting all that strength, sheesh, I'll save it. I mean, it would be 2 points if we were picking this minion life or we're dropping this, but all this strength, sure. Now with this, we are inclined to go max attack block even. So now we're at 80% block chance. This gives us 604. This gives us 578. So yeah, the flat strength is just better. Now, since we've accepted that this is going to be a giga investment POB with a shield like this, okay, this is a reason why we should be here. This right here. I basically forgot about minion accuracy, but that is important. These are attack minions, so accuracy is very important. As for spells we are casting, I assume it doesn't take triggered spells into account, so we'd have to cast curses. Speaking of curses, we need Hateful Accuser in here. Max Chaos Res, max life, and add to build. That is going to be our source of Nah, I feel like I'm forgetting something. I've already said I'm going to anoint this guy, and I don't need to anoint this one because we already have life as ES coming from here for our AG, so that is fine. This is not affecting DPS. This is... It's weird that they haven't done that one. I like how just by being fully ascended, I have minus 5% chaos res. Well, that and here, I guess, combined. So what do I do from here? I feel like I'm forgetting something, so let's go check out my strength stacking zombie manta and see the things that I was using. We have light of meaning chaos res here. We have life here. We went for the triple, we went for all the masteries, if I remember correctly. Oh no, we didn't. Okay. We picked this up. We went minion crit because we're going feeding frenzy. Offering. We don't need this per se. So yeah, I'm not forgetting anything, I don't think. Yeah, I'm not forgetting anything. All right, cool. I'm going to delete the code variant because I didn't put as much time into it. It's just taking space. I think we go this guy simply because this typically you would never go this mastery if you had the chance, because you could always just kill Oak, and for that same skill point you'd go plus 40 instead of plus 30. However, because we have this mastery here, that is just an extra 5 strength for while getting the same amount of life. Also, no reason to not have everything. If we're going to spend, if we're paying through our nose for our cluster jewel, we sure as hell are going to fill it up. All right. I think we do this mana reservation. Then we'll leave it like this for now. I am sure some things will pop out that will come out that I'll think, oh, let me do that. It's gonna happen 100%, because like even right now I'm still considering going for like corrupted soul because of my recover ES shield, which is just giga survivability, especially if we use If we use Corrupted Soul, we have even more ES. So here's the thought process. If we're using Corrupted Soul, we have Giga ES coming from having even more life as ES. But not only that, we now have 50% of that damage hitting our ES and hitting our life. Versus right now, to properly use this shield, we have to be taking ES damage and life damage. We need to split it up so that when we block and we have 80%, 78% chance to block, we split it up so when we block, it recovers both of them at the same damn time, right? So that means Corrupted Soul would be a big positive for this, because it effectively means your ES pool is like half as effective. It doesn't matter nearly as much, but your life pool is more than it would be without ES, if that makes sense. So your life pool is much higher than it would have been if you just didn't use ES whatsoever. But let me sort through my thoughts, or let me try to explain this better. Right now, if we take damage, it's going to go through our ES. Let's use these numbers right now. It's going to go through 2k ES before it starts touching my life. Now, throughout the entire process of it draining the ES, we are recovering ES on block. And once it starts taking life, we start recovering life and ES. However, if we use Corrupted Soul, we then get more ES for our effort for no reason, just 15% of life as ES, just for free. But then half of that damage is going to hit our life and ES. But that is not necessarily a downside, because for dots, it kind of is. For like ignites and whatnot, it kind of is. But for hits, so long as 50% of that damage is still hitting the energy shield, it means that we are going to continue having energy shield until we've taken enough damage to drain it, in which case life and ES would have drained together, and it would have recovered together as well. So our EHP is actually much higher with both of them draining simultaneously and having more ES than it would have been without Corrupted Soul. But that is contingent on having a shield like this, basically. And I think an easy way to do the recon process to make sure you don't break your suffixes would be, you would have to use Beastcraft Hinekora's lock to make sure your Awakena orb is not going to give you a full suffixes, because I think you would still need you need a guaranteed open suffix to recombine. I think we go Corrupted Soul with this shield 100%. I think that is the play. Then we just drop the strength nodes from there. Probably drop this life node here. Like, just with this, we should be very tanky. Like, look, we have almost 3k ES and 4k life. We have a lot of increased life. We haven't started filling out our gear with actual life. Now, and since this is the Giga budget, we're going to use a Simplex Amulet on this one. This is going to be Warlord, I think. I think Warlord is percent increased strength, and then Shaper for percent increased attributes. Bolt max roll. I don't know if we go elevated. Can we elevate it? Yeah, we can. We can elevate both of them. So, can you? Craft of Exile, are they elevatable? Jewelry, amulets. Percent increase attributes. Okay, so there is no elevation for it, as far as I can tell. Or is there? Emulator, use calc settings. We'll pick a random amulet. Percent increase attributes. Can you imagine? Shaper mod damage per dex. Okay, so there is no awake. Okay, cool. It only works on body armor, boots, gloves, and helmets. So we can't elevate those mods. Those are the stand fit mods. Okay, so we just go for both of them max road. Of course, we go for attribute catalysts, and then we go for life. I think life is the easiest thing to have here. You probably take whatever you can get, and if you don't like what you get, you can, I think, annul. And if you hit something else, you just imprint your, you just use your imprint on your base and you start over. You need so many percent increase attributes amulets to awaken orb into this, though. It's going to be such an expensive craft. Not looking forward to it, but you go for something decent. So wait, this guy, that means I should edit this and say 28, 20, and then 180. 184. That's actually what the simplex would look like, I think. That is so much. And then the simplex would have anointed something. Lord of the Dead, no. Spectre. Death attunement. So that's +1 specters. Wait, I can't use specters. Okay, that makes it easy. I can't use specters, so screw death attunement. We'll go for something else. We are already going to be using 5 endurance charges. We could anoint a 6th to just make us even tankier. 6 endurance charges on a minion build. That is how many? That is going to be 24% reduced physical damage and elemental damage taken, and that should help us with the simple fact that we no longer have PDR coming from golems, from Watcher's Eye, from specters. We don't have all of that, so vigor. For now, we'll just anoint vigor. We might go for something else eventually. So let's put enduring composure in here for now. For now. They were going to do this. Amber amulets. Strength stacking, amber amulet. Drop that in there. Go to my other build. I just want to confirm without the shadow of a doubt that the simplex is better. Right now, not by much. But the reason it's not by much is because we don't have our other strength stacking pieces. So I think on the other build, we went for plus the level of specters on our boots. In this case, we are going to be going for... Actually, no, that's not what we... Is that what we did? Armor ES, Paladin boots. And we're giving it the Warlord influence so that we can get percent strength. Where is it? Percent increased strength. Is it not Warlord? Who else could it be? It's not Crusader, I don't think. I know for a fact it's a suffix. Wait, Elder has suppressed chance? I didn't know that. I did not know that. It has to be Warlord now. Am I just blind? Surely I am. Because if I don't see it now, I will hop on my other character and just confirm. It's Hunter. Why is he Hunter? Like Loki, does Hunter make sense to y'all? Everywhere else it's like Warlord, and then here it's just like, you know, let's just throw it to Hunter real quick. But yeah, elevated, so you get your strength. Maybe you want to divine it, maybe you don't. I think if you're spending this much on this build, you definitely want to what you call it? Are we going Purity of Elements? We have to use an essence on this. If we go Purity of Elements, which I think there is no universe where we don't go Purity of Elements. So let's just take it now and no peace. Purity of Elements, because like it doesn't make sense to not go it. We probably go Anger. We could sit Anger out. The reason being, Anger is flat fire. By the time we have like, how much strength do we have? 4, 5, 8. 4, 5, 8. Just with that, we already have movement speed. We don't care about Hunter. The only thing we care about is this, and I think to craft these, you go for a fractured movement speed base. You hunt your exalted orb. You influence exalted orb. You change to Hunter. You benchcraft. You're going to benchcraft, or not benchcraft, essence craft rage. I believe is strength. Yeah. You essence craft strength until you hit percent increased strength. and then you're going to use can have up to crafts to get your prefixes cannot be changed, your suffix cannot be changed, reforge life into decent life. That way you have your open suffix to then craft attributes. Is it worth it? I don't think so. Genuinely don't. So that means we're going to be going for a res here. War res. We can be picky on the res tier, but we can be picky on the res. So that means we just pick a random res. Let's do chaos, because chaos is probably no. Isn't there? Yeah, this has chaos elements. So I guess you go elemental reforge. You definitely go elemental reforge. So non-chaos res, so like fire. That guarantees you fire res of a random tier. You take what you get. Can't be picky about it. Actually, you can. It just means you would have to. It means you have to start essence crafting again. Now, just to confirm, are there any boots mods? I just realized I should probably change my stream title. Yeah, let's change stream title. All right, we've changed that. All right, so let's make sure there are no boots. It's going to have hunter. We're going to check just to make sure that there is no other influence that we really care about per se. Unaffected by chill ground is kind of nice, but it's whatever. I think in the ideal universe it'd be a suffix as well. No, we can't, because the moment we use Awakener Orb, our essence craft disappears. So that's not an option. Okay, let's not do that. So yeah, we just go for hunter. Hunter essence with strength until you get your percent increased strength and a free suffix. Then you reforge chaos. You block suffixes, reforge chaos. That gives you reforge elemental like fire. That gives you fire res. Then you block suffixes again, and you reforge life until you profit, pretty much. But you need paladin boots with fractured movement speed. To easily, actually, you don't need fracture. Fracture just makes it easier and cheaper. Without fracture, you just have to use veiled orbs to get your movement speed. Okay, what next? Budget strength stacking. Amulet. This should cost you a few divines at most crafts. Anyways. So yeah, we leave it as Hunter. Am I forgetting anything? There's a res there. For our gloves, we basically, I think we just want to... Do we care? Let's see. What does their base phase look like? Animate Guardian's weapon on the AG. We already need to adjust that, but besides the point. Okay, so let's see. This is 2150. Let me just confirm that Brutus's lead sprinkler is actually being calculated. This went down. 335 to 548. 548, 335. 548, 335. Okay, it's working. Okay. So we know Brutus's lead sprinkler is doing its thing. We need more minion accuracy, it looks like. I think that means we probably want to run an enlighten here. Let's say this is on boots. That leaves our gloves, precision, enlighten 4. Is there anything we can't cast? So far, no. We do need dexterity. And like, we literally have 0 dexterity coming from the tree. So there's that. So gloves have to be armor ES. Paladin gloves. And we don't have to do anything special with this guy. But here's the thing. Even though we're not doing anything special, we have so many suffixes to worry about that what I think I'm going to do is I'm going to essence craft with dexterity on this base. Essence craft with dexterity. This should solve a large chunk of our dexterity. Our second ring is also available to us to also solve part of this problem. Well, because we can't rely on our shield for res. Maybe we can rely on our belts. We'll see. I don't know what belt we're going for. Probably a mage blood. So mage blood can give us dexterity. It can give us res. So there's that. It can't give us dexterity. No, it will. It has dexterity as a stat. So it can give us dex. And it can give us res. Cool. Sharing Exarch, Eater of Worlds. This is the only Sharing Exarch, Eater of Worlds we've had so far. That's so wild. That never happens. But anyways, dex until... I would like to get strength here as well, but like, I guess, let's see. No brainer, we're going to have crafted modifier for minion damage. And we're going to have minion damage Syrian Exarch. We're going to have T1 life, probably fractured from the get-go. And I'm going to add this. Then I'm going to go get a mage blood real quick. everything mid-road except you, just to be safe. You never know what you're gonna get. Strength, on the other hand, should be max roll. Now, this is giving us dexterity, it's giving us some resistances, but even better, it's giving us the mage blood effect. So we don't need Rumi's concoction with this setup. We go Progenesis. If we can get enough life regen, that is. Can we get enough life regen? How do we get more life regen on this? Are we on boots? Yeah, we're on boots. Oh, we can combine it with this guy to go +1 max endurance charge, I guess. But then we're going to lose so much flat strength that is it worth it? Probably. I mean, that would put us at 7 endurance charges, which would get us to 28 PDR and 28 elemental DR, making us very tanky. Basically endurance charge stacking. We're trying to get max endurance charges here. We don't need elevated mod. But trying to get this means you have to alt roll, and that just sounds like absolute pain. That sounds like absolute pain. So that puts us at a dilemma, actually, because endurance charges are so good for defenses. And again, we are going Baron and Chains of Command. So my biggest concern right now is less so the damage and more so it's less the damage and more defense, without being able to convert any physical damage to elemental. So having that extra endurance charge put us at 7, get us to 28% damage reduction is kind of huge. And that's reduced damage taken, not even less. So like it's really huge. I'll think about it. It does mean that we would lose the strength because we can't essence roll. So at that point we can't essence roll, and then because if we do, once we have Awakening Orb, it's freaking gone anyway, so like it doesn't matter. But I guess what you could try to do is you could elevate the strength, Awakening Orb them with max ES, with max so this is what you would do. Paladin boots. You would, let's remove this. You would Awakening Orbits with a Warlord base with max endurance charges. You would pray you have a free suffix. You would craft strength if you have a free suffix. You can go for perfect crafted strength. But then how do you get life would be the question. You can in theory Veiled Orb life, but then you're risking the endurance charge to Veiled Orb the life, because you would have to do suffixes can be changed. Hit the Veiled Orb, pray you don't hit endurance charge, and if you do, you start over. And if you've elevated your strength, you probably like that just feels bad. Like you 50-50 into strength, then you Awakening Orb them together, then you could have filled suffixes and that would have been a problem. But if you didn't, then, and this res again becomes problematic to get. You kind of have to then rely on RNG to get the res, and I don't I don't think that's the smartest thing to do. But weaken our orb. Yeah, I think trying to get this +1 max endurance charge is greedy. 24% chance, 24% reduced is good enough. I think it's good enough. Now let's see, for with a mage blood, what flasks are we gonna go? There's going to be quartz. There's going to be quicksilver. We could have a jade, but I'd rather have a granite. Keep in mind, we are going to change the affixes. And then from here, we already have a lot of chance to block, so we don't really need evasion. We could go basalt for more strength, for more armor rather. What should the last one be? We want Lunaris on this guy. I think the last one just ends up being basalt, to be honest. I can't think of much else that we need. We can go onslaught and that'll give us movement speed if we really wanted the move speed. Or we could just go Jade and... Is there really none that are... None really appeal to me right now. You know what? Because res is so tight, there is one that appeals that is not here. I actually forgot. Flask, utility, and we have... When in doubt, you can always go max res. But we could go bismuth. Or amethyst. How important is it to have armor in this build? We armor. We are recovering ES. So we need armor that's more than our ES, but we don't need flasks for that. But whatever physical damage we prevent is going to be regenerated as ES per second. We are scaling quite a bit of armor on the tree. So we just might as well have the granite. Like it wouldn't make sense not to. And in terms of picking max res, honestly, we could pick a max res and then have like 80% in, or like 90 or like 85% in one of the resistance types. But then that's like, to what end? If we went haste, we could get phasing, and if we had phasing, then we wouldn't need a quartz. That frees up two slots. And honestly, I'm leaning towards haste over anger, because anger's flat fire. When we've given our animate weapons like, I don't know, 1,000 strength plus, we are looking at 400 flat fire to 700 flat fire, I think, at 1,000 strength. Okay, so anger is still impactful. At that point, it still is. So how do we do this? Guardian's Blessing. Welcome back. Ace. Minion life. Or we could do meat shield. Let's see, animate guardian. His max life is 62k, his ES is 13k, but that all gets changed for this recovery. He would have 26% of his life regen, and that gets taken down to 7k. We're not doing that. We're going to reduce the level of Guardian's Blessing. Or better still, we'll switch this to meat shield. That did not help. Now it's 2k. How is this level 15? 8k life a second. And this is including Dread March. This makes it convincing to anoint Indomitable Army. But by anointing Indomitable Army, that regen, that net life recovery or regen goes all the way up. But one thing to note is, yes, my minions do use endurance charges, so 9k, not too great. I really don't want to get rid of the end of this one though. That's one thing I want to say. I don't want to get rid of it, so we'll see. We have life from death. We have it twice. So as much as my AG is not recovering too much, remember he has this recover life on death. But the problem with that, the simple problem with that is that we have blessed rebirths, which makes it so they cannot die. The swords cannot die in their first. No, they cannot be damaged. They can still get replaced by killing too many things. So while clearing, this should be fine. Single targets. What does its max hit look like? Capped on res. 305k all around. 107. And it has no block chance. So we have to give it a Fortress Covenant. How do we go ahead and do that? This is our only cluster jewel.
Do you care if I talk?
Go for it.
I really am enjoying the pace of progressing this PV character. I feel like what I POB'd is actually so much worse than the gear that has come out because I didn't rush it.
That's good.
I was thinking, yo, you know what? I'm actually down to take -2 Chaos Res into this. Like, as long as it's not -50, I'm down to do this. And then, like, I've POB'd, we've gotten better gear, I've, like, pushed certain gear pieces. And I'm literally, like, 72 Chaos Res going into the character without helmet crafted, without glove. It's so good.
Nice.
I feel like it's just different pacing. Maybe I'll make a Reddit thread about it. Dear Altaholics. I learned something important that probably would, because it gives you more time to play the league, right? Because like,
yeah,
you're spending time planning out the character. You're making sure the transition is
as smooth as it can be.
Do I really just do normal and then just start panicking? Okay, you know what's actually made it hard? I had to do this is because usually I reroll a Mage Blood build, res is fixed.
Yeah.
And then I'm like, my life numbers aren't that great. But because I'm not investing into other things on the tree, I can like click more life nodes. And I'm like, all right, 3,800 life. Yeah, we're blasting. Now I'm like, shit, man. Like, Imagine you finish the POB of the aspirational POB and my character's sitting at 1500 life with petrified blood. And I'm like, shit, well, now I have to go. Now I'm like, I'm motivated to hit a Korra lock T1 life on a quiver because I'm like, dude, life is a good, like, life is huge here. That one mod
Mm-hmm.
can be in everything. Yeah, so that's what I'm enjoying a lot about the process.
Congrats. I mean, that's the thing. If you reroll a character too early, you're going to have you could have a rough time, and you would directly impact your fun because you will compare it to what you just left, and you will think, why did I do that?
Yeah, I like that. Yeah. And I think that happens to me quite a bit, right? I'm like, fuck, man, what's gonna feel as good as the hundreds of divines I've put into this, this build, right?
Mm-hmm.
But now I feel like I'm farming enough that I don't have to liquidate this build to make this next one feel really good. I'm even like, maybe I should leave this one to change it to a boss so I can do rotations later.
Not a bad idea.
That's good.
Not a bad idea. Do we really want to take this? Wait, hold up. What is here? Oh shit, this is 30% reduced extra damage from crits. And that is 20%. I mean, this already caps our crit reduction paired with chains of command. So like I'm not mad at it. Okay, I think I'm fine with this now. Minion life, level 10 Guardian's Blessing, haste, 10k regen at all times. Of course, go for a 21. That puts us at 13k. Big life, big pool to eat from, but at the same time, I feel like I want a more defensive setup. I have to think about this. Because right now, I go haste. I go these three, and I go where's the other one? Precision here. We have to use our mana for convocation and cursing, and penance mark. This build, when I initially made it, had hateful accuser, and it had +1 curse on the gloves. I used Vixen's entrapments, so I could use hateful accuser, and that would trigger despair on hits, or despair rather, just by doing the one cast. Do I want to do something like that for this build? Like, the additional curse is just very comfy. Use that for... What is the fire one again? Flammability? But like, other than that, it doesn't give me much. Whereas if I go rare gloves, I could go dexterity, I could go res, I could do it. There's so much I can do. And keep in mind, this is all because I said I want to potentially drop a quartz and go like, I don't know, ruby, sapphire as 2 flasks to then be at like 84% max res. And then I would have a Watcher's Eye for 1% max res while affected by purity of elements to then take me up like 85. But then lightning res is just there looking at me like, bruh, what about me? Then I would have to drop the granites for the trio to get them to like 85 max res. But then if I drop granites, my armor suffers quite a bit. But I guess I could also still use the 60% increased armor affix for it. And maybe, just maybe, we can then drop Purity of... No, we can't drop Purity of Elements. My minions' res would suffer for it. It would suffer so hard for it. And speaking of, we should probably do... Because, like, if I look here, Animate Guardian, Purity of Elements is a big part of that. A big part of that. Without it, this drops below max, this drops below max, which reminds me, and then I need to cap this guy using his chess piece. So we're going to do Fire and Chaos Craft. That puts me at capped Chaos. And we now only have, we are 12 under capped on this without Spirit of Elements, and this is even worse. These stats make me want to use Meat Shield so that he stays closer to me. But I can't, but then I would have to use Minion Life. So the only thing that makes sense to me would be to drop Guardian's Blessing, drop Purity of Elements. The swords would suffer very harshly for this decision if I were to make it, but I could potentially give him Elemental Army as a support gem, and that would cap his res, and then give him some max res to eat damage with, and he becomes very tanky. But then the swords, on the other hand, those guys are like, they're sweating because they have no res. So then I would either have to give them Elemental Army as well, or just say, you know what, I'm fine with y'all dying whenever Blessed Rebirth is up. Just stay alive with Blessed Rebirth. Screw your survivability. Blessed Rebirth carries. That's it. Are we really gonna do that? Is the question. What does single target look like? Single target looks like AG is going to slap the person, apply some form of exposure, potentially slap the penance mark that shows up, or the penance creatures, summon those, whatever you call them, the swords. And what is penance marks? Let's go to PoE wiki. I want to see what penance marks cooldown is for the hits. And keep in mind, there's still one very pressing matter, and that is we don't have additional curse. Very pressing indeed. You know what? Why is he pressing? I can do that. The problem with doing this, is that I could also go for here. And by going for this node, AG has a much easier time killing the penance mark creatures. And when we do kill it, we're going to spawn 2 swords. So single target becomes a lot more comfy. So this is quality. This is big quality of life. I think we have to just drop this. Like, there's no universe where we run that, but we need flammability, that's for sure. How do we do it? I don't think I want to have 2 curses I have to spam, but at the same time, with Hateful Accuser, I use it once and I forget about it, whereas with Curse, you kind of, it's going to expire, but with Marks, it's there permanently. You don't have to worry about duration. Penance mark. Curse a single enemy. Curse enemy spawn 3 shackle this when hit and no more than once per second. So minimum we can summon 3. Minimum we can summon 3 swords a second, which means over the course of the Blessed Rebirth duration, we're going to spawn 3 times 4, 12. So not up to 14. So that would mean on single targets, with this only, we wouldn't have 14 single target, we'd have 12. So if I do this, that means those 3 would produce 6 swords. Is there a universe this enables feeding? Is there a universe this enables fresh meats? What if it does? Let me think. I could go Impossible Escape, pick this up for even more minion sustain. Pick this up for more sword skill effect, duration, yada yada. Could do that. But let me think. Fresh meat currently would last 2 seconds from its spawn. If I scale their duration a fair bit through different sources, I guess, of skill effect duration, we could maybe get it up to 40 seconds. Maybe. And as a Templar, as a non-witch, or as a non-necromancer, we don't have skill effect duration coming from our ascendancy, so whatever. But let's say it lasts 3 seconds. If in 3 seconds we can summon all 14 weapons with marionettes, then we technically can keep fresh meat up. Technically. In the span of 3 seconds, assuming we kill every spirit that spawns, which is not guaranteed, with this node, we're going to spawn 3, 6, 9, 18 swords, which means the first few would have gotten replaced. So in theory, with marionettes, it is entirely possible that we can use fresh meat. But here's the problem with that. That means we're encouraging crit, and that means we should be going Feeding Frenzy. But I guess we don't even need Feeding Frenzy per se, because Brutus's Lead Sprinkler, the main weapon that we're using, already has decent crit chance, like 9%, almost 10. So it's not a bad place to start from. But that said, we do not have the points to even spec into this. We don't. We're capped. So, yeah. So we're gonna do that. Run this setup, or run a 4 defensives. Drop Purity of Elements. Go for a triple elemental flask instead. But then we have to worry about ailments. And there is no easy way to worry about ailments. We could get chance to avoid shock on a flask. And I think we can get a roll to where we're immune with Storm Shroud, but that also makes us have to go Storm Shroud. Whereas I'm trying to leave this spot open for Immutable Force. Actually, no. We are going chance to avoid stun, so we don't need Immutable Force as well. Like, we're really trying our best to not have to use any unnecessary defensive jewel. That way we can use a minion accuracy rare Cobalt jewel. We're trying our best. It's not easy. We're trying. I also think going for area of effect just makes sense. Without this, it's kind of still a very big AoE, but with this, we can more easily rely on like precision and for accuracy as an example. So do we drop purity of elements? If we do, where do we get our ailments? I guess let's start from here. There's chance to avoid shock, right? It goes up to 55%. A 55% chance to avoid shocked will be the equivalent of ailment immunity when paired with a storm shroud. That would mean the only thing we get from purity of elements is then the resistance. But if we're going triple elemental resistance flask, it is not a problem, because those triple elemental resistances are being made up by the flask. It also means that we can drop this setup, and then just go minion life, meat shield, elemental army, and potentially profit. So let's do that real quick. Let's just set it up. Meat shield, elemental army. So in the scenario I just mentioned, we go triple elemental flasks. We don't do this, we don't do this. So that's these three. You would have quality, of course. Are you capped? Oh, first purity of elements, then you go off. Are you capped? Code res is just slightly under capped, but like this is a much better scenario because like that's +5 max res. It's much better for its phase max hits and for its max hits and recovery to just be in this setting. This also applies exposure. Where this also applies exposure, so then we at least have that exposed to fire. We wouldn't have hastes, but we could have shield charge, or we'll probably have shield charge. Then for ailment immunity, like I said, we would then need a storm shroud with a flask on the mage blood setup, and we would have ailment immunity. But then we would still have hastes, because haste would replace purity of elements. So this just goes here, haste. Remove these two. Cancel. We tried to avoid it, but like Thanos said, it is inevitable. So storm shroud. Then we go triple flask. That means we have to go Watcher's Eye for fate. We don't have space for Watcher's Eye. We don't. We would have to find a new gem sucker without losing anything we currently have, and that's just not possible. The closest is like maybe here, but that's... Actually, no, the closest is here. Arcane, are you here? Guess not. Thank you. All right. Where were we? If we use a storm shroud, it's just not possible. It just isn't. So we can't use a storm shroud with this. Ah, man. And if we were to not use a storm shroud, then we have shock immunity coming from our Tempest shield. We can have Brine King for freeze immunity. And reduce chill effect, I guess. Then we would just have to go Aberath for reduced duration of ignite. I still want to deal with PDR. Like, again, physical damage is still the one I'm most worried about. So I really want to go Lunaris here. Not to mention the movement speed is just nice to have. Where did I? Oh, it was you. I was like, why do I have an extra point? I think I do want to take this point though, so I'll leave this in here and leave it to me to figure out later. Maybe I drop Divine Shield for it. Maybe that's the solution. We'll see. It's like, what's the point of having fire and lightning at 85 res when code is 75? You know, like, there's just no point. There's just no point. We still have to worry about additional curse for flammability. Where can we get it? Gloves and extra are somewhere we can. We could anoint Whispers of Doom as well. But that'd just be a big middle finger to my endurance charge stacking. Alternatively, we would have to go with this guy, and that's just not feasible. Like, I really just much rather have this setup over trying to fit in a haste. But the real reason we have to fit in a haste is so that we don't have to run a quartz. But if I were to say, you know what, screw it, I don't go max res, I can get other things instead. I can get capped res. With my capped res, I can go for more armor, more freeze mitigation there. But then when you go bossing, you have your block recovering your ES and life, and then you just try to stack as much life and ES as possible, right? Because, like, as it stands, we have a very big hit pool. We have 5,700 and 3,800 more or less, and we have recover life, recover ES on block. We still have a ring though. We have a free ring we haven't touched, and on this free ring we can still get some res, we can still get dexterity, we can still get strength, we can get a lot of things. For once, I want to try having max res. That's the one thing I want to try, having max res. I want to try having like big max res. So let's just see how much max res we would have. We go flask utility, we go ruby, topaz, then I guess we could go immunity to ignite as well, and that basically solves all three. we'd be ignite immune on the flask, which I don't like. I don't really like going for ignite immunity there. We do still have to go bleeding immunity, and it doesn't really scale well with effects. That's kind of why I'm iffy about it. But anyways, one of these have to have elemental res during effect either way. We also have increased effect 25%. And then increased effect 70%. And that puts us at how much max res? 84%. And instead of Storm Shroud, if we just decide to go Brine King, am I really going to do that? I guess we don't care too much about projectiles that chain because we recover life and ES on block, so we don't mind blocking even more. Or reduce early damage taken if you've been hit recently is just chef's kiss. But I guess we could go Brine King. With Brine King, we don't have to worry about getting stun immunity. So this frees itself up. One of these just has to then get, so we have Topaz, Sapphire. We'll put immunity to ignite. Let's do bleed. Effects. Effects. Then we're going to turn off Sapphire. No, Topaz. Ruby. I think I just tank Ignite, I'll be honest. I wouldn't like it, but I think I just tank it. Then we go what should this guy be on? This has res already. This has bleed immunity. We already said Brine King kind of takes care of stun, so we could then go for armor. That's what we could do. We could do armor. And then we just go movement speed for Quicksilver, because why wouldn't you? And I guess with this setup, why is Cold Res 84 but this 82? I'm so confused. Where's 2 extra Cold Res coming from? Yeah, +9 to max Cold Res. So where is my +9 to max Fire Res? Why is Ruby +6? Oh, okay. I didn't enchant it. I was so confused. Jeez, because I'm like, Fire Res should even be 1 higher because we are taking this node that gives max Fire Res. So now we can focus on chaos reds on like this ring and here, and we just need to cap lightning and chaos, which is easy to do, especially if we're going red gloves. But again, why are we running haste again? For phasing, we haven't figured out phasing. So Watcher's Eye. Should be haste phasing as the primary thing. Oh shit, we can get Archnal Spellbook with Discipline. I do kind of want to run Discipline, but I don't think I can. What else? Everything else we're running is everything else we're running is offensive, and like we don't care about it. We would literally just be running this for phasing. Like literally. One of these should have... You know what? Instead of armor, we're going to remove... We're going to do that and just go for regen. Oh, that's a lot of regen. And it should be worth it as well. But like with this amount of armor, it just further emphasizes the... It further emphasizes the... How about we don't rely on armor bits? I guess this is partly due to the fact that we're running hybrid bases. And we aren't running increased armor evasion on the prefixes. Rather go from more flat life. And also Vixen's entrapments gives pure ES no life. Yeah, I want to keep red gloves. So that means we either do not use flammability, which is just not this is not possible, or what's the Writhing Jar? I feel like I'm forgetting some easy strength stacking uniques as well. So let's just go back in here. Split Personality, Watcher's Eye, Light of Meaning.
200 Sim Splinters, High Roller Map. Holy.
Emperor's Might, that's the one. You said what?
200 Sim Splinters, a map. High roll, 150 average. I'm basically making a sim every other map.
Are you farming Delirium?
I have mirrors. I don't even have anything else in it. Just normal mirrors letting me do all that.
Yeah.
Which is kind of crazy to me.
Yeah, if it's just passively, that makes sense. Because like I have something similar as well, where I just take daily mirrors whenever they show up, and all my strats typically have deadly mirrors, except maybe my June strat because I recommed it. So if I can drop, there is no universe where we go mid without Quicksilver. So what are decent sources of phasing aside Watcher's Eyes and Quartz? This is the. Do I suppress? No.
That's a no on that one then.
I guess let's go to the wiki and just put phasing and see what we get.
I mean, phasing Joel, I guess. Phasing on kill.
I could also use like phase run.
Yeah, but you don't want to put some CDR in that though.
You don't want to put CDR?
You would want to.
Yeah, you would.
Like automate phase one.
Yeah, automate phase run.
For you, it's kind of crazier.
CDR? You mean like enhance?
Enhance, yeah.
Yeah, 3-link would be rough. But like if I go automation, phase run, enhance, and steel skin, that is decent because my steel skin also gets CDR. None of these are options. Chance to get phasing on kill. We're not killing. We aren't killing. Not killing. Evasion while phasing. On kill. All of this is just phasing on kill. I think phase run is just our best bets. Go phase run. But how, the question then is how low would the CDR be if I use a 4-link for it? Because like this is chains of command, so we do have some leeway when it comes to at least comes to gem
4-link
sockets.
is what? Increased duration, enhance, automation, phase run.
So what do you mean increase duration?
And the phase up there, man. That's a 4-link.
That would be 4-link, but I'm not going for increased duration. I think
You said 4-link, so I figured.
I said steel skin. Phase run, steel skin, automation.
Oh, that's good then. Automation enhance. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's pretty normal.
This gives both of them CDR. So my steel skin is up a lot more. But then let's see what this uptime looks like. Skill cooldown is still 4 seconds. 4 seconds. Uptime 45%. Skill duration is 1.8 seconds. The reason I don't give it duration is in many situations I am going to be... Wait. It eats frenzy charges, right?
Phase run?
Yes.
Does it?
It does for increased skill effect duration. Which means we can use that in a mapping scenario because our AG is giving us frenzy charges with replica.
It's also 30 MS, 40 with quality. So even more with enhance. It's a shit ton of movement speed.
Yeah. Phase run. Does its cooldown start while it is up or it waits until it's done? Do you know?
No idea. I mean, use it enough.
Well, if its quality is movement speed, then there's no reason to use enhance except for steel skin. I guess movement speed is always nice to have, but like that means we can actually use a 3-link if push comes to shove. But I would like its cooldown to be lower if it can. How does... Do you know how automation works with second wind?
No idea.
Tell me you guys mentioned second wind here. In note on the code narration, both support gems almost certainly follow the same scaling as second wind supports, meaning 2020 will have no penalty. Okay, so this doesn't talk about it, basically. Automation. Do you talk about it? I guess the question now is, I can just actually test this here. Phase run, second wind. And then we pick up gems. Automation. We get rid of you guys. Phase run, second wind, automation. And then we take this to Blood Aqueduct. So let me turn this off.
When I'm ready, and not before.
Oh, I see. Second wind is useless. Because it says non-instant skills have +1 cooldown use. So because phase run is an instant skill, it doesn't get the +1. It doesn't get the +1. All right. Before I forget to resummon my golems. 5, 4. Okay. Where were we? Second person wants you. So this is trade with the totem guy. Then that swallow. All right, where were we? Duration. We are going to be using a replica Victorios. This gives us frenzy charges on kill, which means while we are clearing the map, our age is giving us frenzies, which would then extend. Which then extends, okay, the duration of phase run. By how much? 100% per frenzy charge removed. So that means at 3 frenzy charges, which is what we are realistically going to be at when we're just blowing up and moving on, blow up, move on, blow up, move on. This would last basically its entire duration. But that said, regardless of how long it lasts or whatever else, we are going to be interrupting it with convocation. I don't think there's any two ways about it. I think it just comes with the territory. We're going to do it. It is what it is. So we can't have permanent uptime on this, which means if we run into a pack when it is down, that is awkward. And if we run into a pack, convocates, that interrupts our phasing, that is awkward as well, because now we're just in the pack until they die. So I'm probably not going to use phase run, most likely not. So we have to consider other sources now as well. What else can we do? What else can we do? Like, I really have half a mind to just put in a quartz and call it a day. But like, that doesn't help anybody, because then one res is going to suffer. And I really don't think I like the idea of one of my reses being 75 while the others are 85. It opens up room for, what's the word here? Damage spikes. Like you're taking the amount of damage, you're used to the amount of damage you take, next thing, boom. You just feel like big damage that rocks, that kind of unsettles you, and you're scared about whatever might happen or whatever else. Like, no, I don't like the idea. I'll think about it. I think we need a sort of phasing, that's for sure, and phase run just doesn't seem like it. Like, every single time I've tried phase run as my source of phasing, it's just been kind of off. And I guess the real solution for it would be to manually use phase run, but I'm not going to do that. I don't want to do that. I have one button I press, that is my convocation. That's it. I'm not doing anything else. If I get additional curses, I can cast 2 curses. I can do that, all right? But you know what I'm not going to do? Yeah, I'm not going to manually press phase run. It's not happening. 9 max res. What if we went quartz? We then proceeded to go melding with some fire, and then purity of fire, and just one, like, you know, ruby flask. Then we go bismuth, and we go like amethyst or something. Why don't we try that? I didn't like the idea of melding because of just how much pressure it puts on your gear. But let's just see. It's minus 70 all res. You have minus 5 to all early res. This replaces the Watcher's Eye. Melding is there. Then we replace topaz and sapphire, so now it's just ruby. Then we craft a bismuth flask. With effects, all early res, and enchantments 70%. That puts us at 80% fire res. This removes the need for haste, so we can now remove haste and put purity of fire. This might also open up space for a discipline. Enlighten. No, it doesn't. I would really like a discipline. Like, really like it, but we'd see. I guess if I drop anger, that could be it. Don't need you interrupting my vision. While we're at it, let's just go ahead and create our 6 sockets for our chains of command. Awaken minion damage, I could, but I don't want to take the negative life. I don't want to take the negative life. Then I guess it doesn't matter since we're relying on Blessed Rebirth anyways. Awakened, Wed. Then we have where are we going to get additional curse from? Like, there's so many problems to solve with this one. It's kind of wild. Unless we just outright drop Penance Mark, go for some Flask Sustain. So like we drop Penance Mark, we go like Rislatha. Rislatha gives us 1 charge every second, whereas with Writhing Jar we only need how many? We need 17 charges per use. So it's definitely not enough. So we need 2 Writhing Jars. And with a Mage Blood, that's kind of true. Yeah, that's kind of true with the Mage Blood. So how do I take care of these resistances without using? I think I just still use at least. Which of these have the best suffixes? 40% res or amethyst 35. I think I go amethyst because chaos res just rules lower everywhere else. Then for these two, we can craft a ring pretty easy to get cold lightning. Actually, no, rings on res don't really go well together. So we'd have to rely on our gloves. What requires dexterity? Phase run. Like I said, we're going to drop phase run. Oh wait, we're dropping phase run. That means we can actually go this guy. Do we have immunity to corrupted blood? Is there a reason to even have effect on this one? I guess chance suppress spell. But like, there's really no reason to go for effects at this point. Like, aside having more chance to suppress spell, that's it. This doesn't even need effects. I just need it to be up permanently.
Reach map IQ. It's just me thinking it's just for that. This is for BV at this point. It'll be over soon.
No more clicking soon. We can't. This is not amount of res I think we can surmount with our current gear. Because, like, we have gloves, right? I guess it depends. If we drop phase run, how much dex do we need? 98. Okay. Where are we getting dexterity from currently? Gloves. Mage blood's giving a healthy amount of dexterity. If we were to drop the dexterity, oh, by the way, mage blood, where is it? There's no reason for it to not have attributes. Or res, I guess. Well, attributes would gain more value for some strength stacker, so. So I think that means we can drop the dexterity on the gloves. And we would still be fine. Not really. We need slightly more dex. But at this point, it's craftable dexterity, I guess, where we can bench craft. We'd have to drop this, but then we can bench craft dexterity and strength. That way we still get a bit of both, right? But now let's see, from where we are, boots are full. Being a solo hunter item, being an only hunter item, we can kind of get fire res. We can get an early res there anyways. I guess let's also do this, switch this to like lightning res, because we get so much fire res from everywhere else that we don't really need fire res. How is this 66 overcap? I kind of wish that wouldn't intrude on my screen. Do we have fire res coming from anywhere that I have control over? No rare item is giving fire res. Bismuth is giving fire res, but there's nothing I can do about that. if I were to switch bismuth to like sapphire or topaz.
How often do you like try to walk in front of a deli and you're walking in a circle because of that little pushback it gives you? You know what I'm talking about when you're directly walking in front of the mirror?
Yeah, I mean, and you just miss the mirror, like you just.
Yeah, you're basically like walking in a circle around it as the person on the other side is also walking a circle around it. Or as Rax calls it, gray peacock.
I mean, it is.
It comes up with these names, man.
It's a peacock though. Like the mirror looks like a peacock. But if you don't tell it's a mirror, like I had no idea it was a mirror for like the first year I was playing PoE. No idea it was a mirror. I think I knew they called it the Delhi mirror, but like I didn't know why. It took me so long before I realized that there was a reflection of you when you go into the mirror. Like that thing was a reflection. It took me so long.
Yeah.
I don't know how we fix resistances. We have 2 spots on the gloves, 2 suffix spots on the gloves, to where we can craft these with like, let's say we use envies or we use hatred essences or whatever. We have 50-something% code res. Then we do this until we get T1 lightning, which is like 48. That kind of would help a lot with our res, but then we have to come to our rings. I guess here's the thing: if we don't need to use a bone ring, we are chilling. But if we do need to use a bone ring, we are not. Because if we go an amethyst ring, everything is positive. We can now do, let's say, gloves. We can go for essence, wrath until T1 code res. Actually, odds are we need to use chaos res until T1 chaos res. And then we'd have to get an amethyst ring. Amethyst, where are you at? Am I blind? There. All right. Next things next. You have max chaos res coming from there. That would put us about 20 something. So then we'd have to craft an amethyst ring that has chaos res enough to be overcapped. So like, this is literally how much we need, like 3% over. And we'd also need a ton of code res, like a stupid amount. And then
oh, sorry, go on.
No, go on. Code and chaos.
Just to give you an idea the amount of XP I'm getting per map.
Yeah.
This evening when I got back on, like just recently, I put in the vortex gems to take to Doriani to get 2120 Val BB.
Yeah.
Already level 20.
Lol.
So shit, maybe I should put all my maps in here to blast on. That's insane.
EG. It does mean you're running a good amount of maps.
I'm doing like 4 or 5 and taking a break, right? Because of my figures. So honestly, I just think it's the density. I just think there's nothing like this because you can't do this in the base game. I've done bridge before, right? Like I do bridge a lot. You could never do this much. The amount of things I'm killing is insane. I mean, I can check my kill count. I'm probably 2.5 now.
Lol. I mean, fair. Breach has always been good XP.
Something I've been watching, speaking about strength stacking puppeteer, I've been looking at people talking about it, not just the people saying, oh no, it's paper, because I don't know. I don't know if it's necessarily paper if it's built right. The amount of life on ES you can get on that seems pretty insane, even looking at Mustache's version.
I mean, look at my
Um,
current version. This is very expensive,
They
by
are
the
saying
way.
the zombies are paper.
Yeah.
You think that's probably the case?
What do I think? I think zombies they struggle with survivability right from time. And when you go into very juiced content, unless you give them a stupid amount of like recover life on block and you're scaling block like minion block chance, they just don't have enough recovery to stay alive without help.
That's a bummer.
So you will like their base life is nothing too crazy. Like compared to specters, it's nothing, as an example. So you just kind of have to make up for their shortcomings, basically.
Seems like a lot of people were really frustrated by that.
Yeah, I mean, strength stacking, they get a decent amount of life, but like flat life from strength compared to how much life minions have is like nothing. Genuinely nothing. We have POF, Temper Shield, Anger. Precision can go up, but like I really want to fit in. I really want to fit in Discipline if I can, but I can't. But yeah, like right now, the setup I have has almost 6k life, like 5,960, and then it has almost 4k ES. I barely have ES scaling on the tree. I'm mostly armor ES nodes in.
Is that node?
What's that?
That gives you life ES something.
Yeah, corrupted so is giving me 15% life as ES, but also his ascendancy has 20% life as ES. So then I'm getting 35% life as ES. But here's the kicker: 50% of non-chaos damage bypasses ES. But then this is actually an EHP boost for us, ironically, because of our shield. If we can get that shield, recover life and recover ES on block, that means because both resources are draining at the same time, we are always taking advantage of both recoveries at the same time. So our EHP becomes a lot worse. Yeah, I thought about the process, and you can't recomb it because it's two different. It's Shaper Crusader, but like it's an Awakener Orb. You Awakener Orb them together. The tricky part will be the prefixes and getting the prefixes with the suffixes. But I also planned out the steps to do that. I want to lock the Awakener Orb if I can.
The price of that.
Yes.
Definitely should. I think it's very affordable, by the way. Like it's not like crazy.
Not even because of the price of the lock of the. I mean, yes, because of that as well. But like
7 to try, bro.
Exactly. I don't want to break my suffixes because I can actually recomb it so long as I have that open suffix because they are both suffixes. But if I don't get the open suffixes, I have to try again, and that I don't want to deal with. So yes. Yeah. And again, like you said, 7 to try. I actually got it for 6 today, I think. It was about 6.
I bought for 6.5 twice, and at some point I bought for 5.5.
Yeah.
So it's not the end of the world, but
like yeah, I'm just gonna lock it and do that basically.
Yeah, I think locking is more accessible than it's ever been, so there's no reason not to.
Yeah, and not to mention it's just a new experience for me.
It's really fun, to be honest. Like I bought 10 for the boots. I bought 10, like basically 10 locks, and
yeah.
It was just really fun to be like, what am I getting now? It's like kind of addicting. Like you've never had that power before in the game. Now I kind of get it. You're like, what am I gonna get? And then you see, we started off and we got T1 decks, which was insane for us at the time because we thought I needed decks. So we had to like, okay, wait, take this into POB, take off all the decks on Cluster Jewels, turn my Headhunter to the worst roll possible. Let's say I mega settle for bottom roll everything. Is this good? And the answer is no. And that just felt really good. Like you're making an item, you go to check the POB, you do a lot of math, and you go, okay, this is amazing, but this isn't it. And the cool thing is we had like, if I hit suppress on these boots, I have to sell these for like 120 div, which sucks to recraft, but like I have to because they're just that good, and I'm not scaling suppression.
Yeah.
So there's just like really cool high rolls I could have gotten there that was fun.
That's nice. Sounds like you had a lot of fun.
Because most people sell it in bulk and they only trade in bulk.
It is a pain.
Isn't.
Oh.
They won't answer you. They have auto replies that are like bulk buying only, invite to party if you want in bulk.
That's for the lock-in one.
They do it for both, for frogs and they do it for both.
Okay. Is there a universe where we can still squeeze out some extra res from somewhere? Chaos res is capped, so okay. There is one universe, but then that would involve me dropping a jewel. Because then I would be able to go the light within with chaos res, and that fixes chaos res by putting it in this area right here. Right? And then I can then focus on res here. And then we can be at 84% all max res. Realistically. But goddamn, man. Maybe I just have to switch the strength to a different res on these guys. That would help, but like it also wouldn't fix anything. There's no, we'd be trolling by not going split personality because flat strength is huge, and then of course the life is just huge as well. We could maybe switch this from being, you know, 6 passive, save a point there. That's always an option, but it's less strength again. This is 611. Let's go switch that custom again to 611. Where is that innovating presence? Innovating presence. Copy this. Config. Innovating presence. We don't have calling strike on this build, so 20. I am tired of trying to figure out where I'm going to get additional curse from. This is the easy solution. I could just drop this guy. Drop here, go here. That gives me flammability. Okay, so I guess the question now is, let's just look at the call-in DPS. This is 132k. Right? That puts us at 663k, and without it, we're at 530. So from 530 to 663. Cool. Now, if we were to switch this with this guy, and then we were to, you know, go flammability, it's more DPS. At the end of the day, this is actually better than this. So I guess this is what we're going to look like. We just have to. If we want the quality of life of Penance Mark, we just have to. There's no decision to be made there. We are going for a trigger wand. So weapon 1 will have Spirit's Offering. I think the entire idea of this is we cannot use fresh meat unless we scale duration a bit. So I think we just drop duration scaling altogether. We just ignore it. And I guess we go rootless. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That means this should be flesh offering. Desecrates. And then the wand would of course be Giga Chains of Command wand. Going for like convening wand so I can use. Oh shit! You know what? I'll expand on that thoughts once I finish with this. T2 minion damage, hybrid mana minion damage. Then can have up to trigger and minion life and this guy. Increase minion life, increase minion damage. And in the process of making this, you can get minion attack cast speed by augmenting at some point until you have a decent roll attack cast speed. And then you have that. Now with all of this strength that we're giving our minions, is it worth it? Is the question. We have 1,200 strength going into this. We have very expensive items, very expensive stuff in general, good defenses. We still need to cap res, so let's go for the amethyst ring. And we're going to switch chaos res to lightning res. Maybe not lightning res. Oh, we already have code res, never mind. So yeah, code and chaos is fine, I guess. I think this would be better on a cold res base. We'd lose 23 chaos res, but in return we get 30 cold res. Maybe not that much better. Then we can anoint. Okay, wait. So if I do this instead, let's say it's the same amethyst ring, and instead of this we go chaos res, cap chaos res. That leaves lightning res. We can get lightning res by switching some of our intelligence nodes. Oh shit, we don't have intelligence. Never mind. I thought we could anoint intelligence. We cannot. Yeah, we don't have enough suffixes on this right now. This is a bust. But ignoring the suffixes, that just means we have to drop the melding. Melding is not an option anymore. then we would have the suffixes for intelligence and everything else that we need. Melding is just a bust. Anyways, that means we have no reason to scale purity of fire as well. And probably no reason for ruby either. We still have decent max hits. Would rather do it more, but like it is what it is. Anyways, suffixes aside, with this setup with Mage Blood, we can maybe get more strength from our rings, maybe get more strength from like other sources. Is this really worth it? And why does EHP just shoot up? Oh, because of vigor. That's why. Where's the budget strength stacking one? We are not the same thing, vigor. The difference is still there. I'm not entirely sure why. Oh, because of the life, most likely. Yeah, it's because of the life. It's big life loss. 300 plus. Okay, that makes sense for the EHP. Anyways, we owe this investment. Brutus's lead sprinkler puts us at a 1222 strength, and as such, that is 607 1024 flat fire damage. With anger still providing some where's the chest piece? Here. The strength provides a whole lot of increased damage. We have 954% increased damage. We have a decent amount of attack cast speed. Let's go to the Anime Guardian's weapon. Disguise. They have the same amount of strength. Less increased. By the way, we should probably do this. Include AG in full DPS. Yeah, it's negligible. Okay. Increased damage, we have 500. Then for here, strength is given 244. What about if I use a 4 red triads? That'd be 500k damage. So I'm seeing a problem with the core of this build. The problem is strength gives % increase melee physical damage. So unless we are scaling physical damage and then converting that, we are really not benefiting from the increased damage source that strength is providing, which is a lot. If we're strength stacking, it's a lot. Another problem would be, while Brutus's lead sprinkler gives a decent amount of flat fire, it doesn't seem like it's the most efficient thing out there, because like even with this strength stacker that we got to 36 mil, it's at 1500 strength. At 1500 strength, you're still looking at, let's use 78. 70. And then let's go read Brutus's lead sprinkler's description again. This is 4 to 7 per 10 strength, so divided by 10 times 4, it's just 600 flat fire, and you know, 600 flat fire, and the other one is like, I think PoB is maybe not the most accurate, question mark. Okay, no. The strength here is not the same strength there. It's still just 600 flat fire, which is decent, but not mind-boggling or anything along those lines. Like it's decent, it's cool, but you could probably get better success if you wanted to strength stack if you were to go a Void Forge. Is it Void Forge or is it Echo Forge? Echo Forge is Chaos, if I remember correctly. Yeah, so it's Void Forge. Yeah, it's Void Forge. What if we went Star Forge? Weapon is a lot of increased phase. Your phase can shock, AoE for attacks, yada yada. There's no reason to do it. You could probably get a decent rare weapon that would outperform this, but Void Forge, because of the gain percent of weapon phase as extra damage of a random element, because of that line, it's very hard to compete with it. Like realistically, is it really going to compete with like this, where this is going through? I guess this one doesn't really benefit from strength either, but Brutus's lead sprinkler so far, the scaling just, wait, there's one thing to check. Yeah, the count is 14, so why are we on 2.5 again? Because of flammability, that's why. We would be very tanky, and honestly, I still want to make this shield. Or maybe strength stacking is just not the play for this. Maybe it's just not the play. Maybe we just go chains of command without strength stacking, like literally just drop this guy so we can pick this up, and then we go with a regular chains of command setup. Yeah, I don't know that there's a way to come to like fix this at 1,000 strength. I think Brutus's lead sprinkler is just not it, at least. If it maybe said per strength, it would be broken. But like, the more I look at it, I'm just like, yeah, this ain't it. Meanwhile, if I had to go Void Forge, it'd be random elements. It would be a random element, but we can make it work most likely. I just have to think about this a bit more. About what I want the chains of command to look like, if we can even strength stack. Because like at this point I don't know that there's much hope for it. At least for chains of command Brutus led Sprinkler. Maybe there's something I'm missing, but like currently I have them with my exact strength. We can scale like 300 more strength, but if from 0 to 100 and 222, like 1222, we're at this. You know, honestly, what if we just made a Giga weapon? Instead of using Brutus's lead sprinkler, which, you know, tries to make use of the strength for flat damage, if we just made a Giga weapon and give them half of my strength, how much strength, how much increased fizz does this give you? 244% increased fizz. That's a lot of increase. That's a lot of increase. But with all these points we put into all the points we put into strength stacking, I think we could just put it into a second 6 passive cluster and we'd profit. Because like 12 points of 10% is 120% increased minion damage. Then that is ignoring the 35% effect, which would then put us like a, let's just say 130% total. No, it would be, we round down to about 13 times 12, 106% increased versus 244, but we're investing so much into strength, including like a simplex, including like so many other things, like, you know. So maybe we just drop the strength stack and go chains of command, get Giga Fizz, give them half of our strength, but instead scale crits. The only problem with scaling crits is that we would then need to craft some weird claw or something with a lot of base crits, scale, and then have to craft increased crits T1 on the claw, as well as using the harvest bench craft for even more crits. Like, what is the most giga we can get this to? We'll have to go for a claw or a dagger. These have 7.5 base, 7.57, 8. So like 8 is the best I've seen so far. What about daggers? Pneumatic dagger is 8.3. That's already, you know, kind of nice. There's 8.5 from Gutting Knife. So yeah, we'll probably, it would have to be a dagger then. So it'd be like a Gutting Knife, 8.5. We'd essence craft it with Fear. Essence crafted with Fear until, I don't know what you'd be going for with the claw, to be honest. I guess until you get T1 crit chance or T1 increased crits. And that's it. And then apply enchantment, which means so 12.4, or we harvest crit chance. Yeah, runesmithing enchant is better. This is better. That would put them at a 12.24-ish% crit chance, and then we can scale from there, because like at a 12% crit chance, base crit chance, we only need what, 600% increased critical strike chance, something like that. Okay, maybe more. And then does that beat using a convenient one like this that is just giga stacked? I don't think so. So it might be a situation where we craft them a weapon. If we want to use, let me look at the runesmithing enchant again, just to be. If I want to take advantage of strength stacking, then I have to use Fizz. If. Where the expensive enchants. This is increase early damage, no Fizz damage. I mean, this is not an enchantment that you can PoB, I don't think. Unless PoB has fixed it, but we can easily check that by doing, let's say, Sim Gutting Knife. No, not Gutting Knife. What can it be? It can be used on a two-handed sword. So two-handed sword. Oh, they fixed it. They fixed it. Before it wasn't acting local, it was just being global, and that was always problematic. So in theory, this would be, you could do something like this. You'd have a lot like Giga LE PDPS, and then this could potentially compete with Void Forge. But that's expensive. It's a lot of expense for what I would assume is not a crazy amount of damage. Jesus.
How much longer are you on?
I'm probably in this stream soon. I'm just trying to, I guess, figure out if there is any salvage in the strength stacking, because it doesn't look promising so far. No, this is not what I was thinking of. I mean, this is decent. Maybe it's what I was thinking of, actually. Let me see if there's any good Fizz. I think there's one really good Fizz enchant. I just don't remember what it is. Yeah, I don't remember what it is. Gain Fizz as extra damage of each element. You make a Giga Fizz mace. Then you convert to an element. Wait, this is of each element. So you'd always be doing fire, cold, and lightning damage with this enchant on a two-handed mace. You'd make a Giga Fizz weapon. you would have to somehow make it tri-stack. So maybe you go for a Triad's Grip that has triple colors, and then you just inch it towards blue, because then you'd run Hatred and gain even more Fizz as extra. Then pair this with, if you go strength stacking, then all that, well, no, the strength stacking wouldn't affect this extra damage because this didn't have a Fizz origin. So you just wouldn't go strength stacking. You'd go, I don't know, you could go crits. This is the height of like just Fizz, I guess. Oh well. All right, I'm gonna end stream here. I think I will keep thinking of if there's anything to salvage on the strength stacker. If there isn't, then we are still likely to go a puppeteer, most likely. I want to make a puppeteer minion simply because of the life as extra ES. I really like that. I really want to use that interaction somehow. So we'll see what I can come up with. Yeah. Odds are we're going to have to craft a Giga weapon for our AG that we will then use with Chains of Command. That would, it could be that gain Fizz as extra of each element. That seems very interesting, especially when you pair it with like other sources of gain as extra. You know, it's already big Fizz, but then you have like that, you have Hatred as with gain as Fizz. You can still technically use Triad Grip to convert the whole base damage of the weapons to elemental. You can still go triple elemental. The only problem with triple elemental is it becomes very, very, very dicey. Trying to get the exposure on it, like very dicey. It's not easy to do. Then what else? You could, if you don't want to go Triad's Grip, you could technically still use Grip of the Council. The only problem with Grip of the Council is you are left with physical damage that you are not really scaling. And I guess you could scale it. You could technically scale the Fizz. I'm not the biggest fan of physical damage minions, because the physical damage minions are not known for doing big hits. So the armor for monsters tends to mitigate that pretty efficiently. So you will need to scale a lot of physical damage on your minions for them to finally start doing good damage. And unless you start off at a high budget, it could feel rough to level and scale to that point. That's why I'm not a big fan of Fizz anyways. But we'll see. I'll play around with a couple of ideas, and I'll be back on Monday. We'll see what I have come up with by then, I guess. I'll keep thinking anyways. But yeah, like I said, I'll be back on Monday. Thank you for stopping by. Appreciate y'all. Till then, good night.